Thank you, Lauren. Madam Clerk?
Yes, this is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 16, 2020, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on November 25th, 2020. Councilwoman Castellino?
Present.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Present.
Councilman Rutherford?
Here.
Councilwoman Williams?
Present.
Council President Matute Brown.
Present.
Okay,
Thank you.
welcome.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our third meeting of the year. Or is this our fourth now? I'm losing track already. Madam President, are we resuming the December 15th, 2020 meeting?
Yeah, we'll do that after the conference session.
Okay. All right. So then if we can move into then the conference agenda. I know we were talking about, Madam Clerk, you were taking a roll call and see if there was interest, and Mr. Councilman Rutherford is now here. So I wanted to see if we can move the new business item for today to the conference agenda. And if there is enough support from my council colleagues, I'd like to have a discussion about scheduling a workshop.
Okay, so I'll take a roll call. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
And Council President Matute Brown.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk, and to my colleagues and to the public. I know that last council meeting, we discussed adding workshops that are public for our discussion in upcoming matters. And in my conversation with the administration, I asked if there would be a discussion coming up, and if so, when, about the executive drive potential pilot. And I was advised that there will be, so I've asked that that discussion be had during a work session. So during this session, we will have discussion with the administration, the council, have questions answered. There will be no action taken, no business had. It's just a matter of discussing and asking questions, being informed, having the public informed, and Attorney Kaiser, if you will advise, I believe there is public comment during this public workshop. Am I correct with the Open Public Meetings Act?
I think anytime you're going to discuss, under the Open Public Meetings Act, I think anytime you're going to discuss the public's business, you need to allow a period of public comment.
Okay, so then that gives the public also an opportunity to not just listen and to our discussions with the administration with respect to the potential pilot, but also have an opportunity to ask questions in a meeting in advance of a town council meeting where we would be taking action.
Mm-hmm.
In speaking to the mayor this afternoon, he was agreeable to this workshop. And the administration is supportive of having this in public, and asked for a couple of dates from the council to coordinate. So I've asked Madam Clerk if she can gather some of our dates of availability, the early March, and then we can coordinate with the administration as to when we can have this workshop session. Again, this will not be an area where we're going to have any business conducted outside of a discussion with the administration. And have time to ask questions, and as well as the public will have an opportunity to participate in those conversations. So if we are all in agreement for this workshop, I would like to ask council to look at their calendars and provide some dates to Madam Clerk for the coordination of the workshop meeting.
Excuse me, Council President,
Yes.
Madam Clerk, when are our meetings in March? Is one March 9th?
Yes, March 9th and March 23rd.
Okay.
And so the administration asked if we can do early March.
Right.
Okay.
Is is this going to be a regular part of our calendar, or is it just this one time?
It's an addition. So last time we talked about having these workshop sessions so that we are able to discuss with the administration items in greater detail than just at a town council meeting. So it's in addition to a council meeting. And this would depend on what matters come up that the council would like to have workshops scheduled for. I know we have a busy year ahead of us, and I would hope that we could have more of these, particularly on those issues that are, that require greater detail from the administration, greater conversation and participation from the council as well as the public.
But we're not agreeing tonight to a regular schedule like the,
No.
2 Tuesdays per month.
No,
No,
this is specific to, because what I didn't want to happen was for us to receive our agendas and already have a resolution and only have that short amount of time to discuss. I wanted us to have ample time to ask questions of the administration, have some time to digest the information, and really carry out this process in the most transparent way possible with public participation as well. So we're not scheduling ahead. This is just for this specific discussion.
correct.
Got it.
So Madam Clerk, I don't know what's the best way to move forward. Should we give you dates now or should we email you dates?
I don't know if everyone would be able to give me dates right now.
Okay.
I mean, if you are able to, then maybe we can talk about it.
Alright.
Can we propose some suggested dates so that we can, while we have our calendars here,
Yeah,
instead of trying to go back and forth?
absolutely, Councilwoman.
I have to get my phone.
I know we have a lot of our other meetings.
March 1st and I think March 1st. Yes, March 1st and 2nd, and or 2nd work for me.
That's a Monday and a Tuesday.
That works for me as well. I'm free. I'm available that entire week, that first week, actually.
Yeah, I'm good too.
So
Now,
the
what time of day are you?
I can do
thinking?
it on the 4th.
I get my phone.
It would certainly have to be after work for all of us. So I would, imagine that it would be around this time, if not at 5 o'clock, if my council colleagues are able to join at that time.
I would
Okay.
prefer earlier than later.
Earlier meaning,
5 o'clock. No,
5 o'clock.
yeah, I wouldn't want to go late into the evening.
That makes sense, Councilwoman. If everyone else is available at 5
I'm sorry, I
o'clock.
missed the date though. Did you pick a date?
No, not yet.
Oh, I'm
They-
sorry. Okay.
March 1st, March 2nd, and I believe Councilman Rutherford said March 4th.
Yeah, the 3rd
Correct.
is a planning board meeting. So
Okay,
either
so that
the
works out
1st
well.
or the 4th works.
Yeah.
Okay.
March 1st works for me as well.
Yeah, I'm
okay.
good.
Okay, so March 1st, Council
I-
President, does
I
that
know
work
I
for
have
you?
no skin in this game, but March 1st works best for me too.
Oh, good job.
So you have a lot of skin in this game. Don't get it twisted.
It's just there's going to be an added another added meeting for one of the boards, and I had given them the 2nd and the 4th as possibility. So the 1st works great.
Yeah, we keep forgetting we have to check with you first.
Sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Really.
Thank you for chiming in, Lauren. It doesn't
No
happen without you. The mayor did ask for a couple of dates. Can we come up with a backup date if the 1st is not available? Is everyone available on the 5th? I know it's a Friday.
No,
What
can we
about
do the
the
4th?
fourth?
The 4th.
I think Lauren just said, did she have something on the 4th?
Well, no, I can I had given, and I apologize, and the zoning board was looking to have another special meeting, and I did give them the 4th, but I gave them like 3 dates, so I can tell them the 4th could be out if it needs to be out.
Okay, if that's okay with council colleagues, can we give those 2 dates to the administration for
Or
Sure.
potential dates?
1st and the 4th?
Yes.
right, at 5 p.m. Jack, will you pass that along to the mayor?
Yeah. John, are you on this call, John Gross? Yes, you are available the 1st and 4th also?
I will make myself available.
Okay, yeah, we'll get it to the mayor.
Okay, and then you'll let me know so I can notice the meeting.
Yeah, March
Okay.
1st and 4th at 5 PM.
Correct.
You got it.
And the sooner the better, so we can let Lauren know as well.
Yeah.
And
Yes,
This is just
Thank
a
you.
conference meeting, right?
yes. That's
Yeah,
all.
workshop.
Just a workshop, just discussion, question and answers. There is a public component during this workshop, so
Do you know how long the meeting would be? Because the zoning board doesn't start till 8 o'clock.
I don't anticipate that we're going to go 3 hours. I would defer to the administration if Jack can also find out how much time the administration thinks that we would need for their introduction and then our Q&A. I seriously doubt that it's going to be 3 hours.
Okay.
John, what do you think?
Regarding,
How long the
meeting's
meeting?
Gonna be? Are you listening? How long is the meet? How long you think the meeting's gonna be?
Jack, as Jack knows, he and I are experts at predicting how long these meetings are gonna be.
Yeah.
I will tell you that 3 hours will be a record.
Oh my gosh, do you mean it's gonna be longer than 3 hours or shorter?
No, I think you're confusing that with our budget workshop.
Yeah, our budget marathons.
Gross.
Yeah.
No, that's not going to be the case.
Yeah.
I cannot remember the last time you had a meeting in less than 3 hours.
All right, well, let's get on with this meeting. So
Well,
that we
at
can-
least not 13.
Not 13, no.
Or maybe you could set it up that it's going to go from 5 to 7:30 and that's it.
I was gonna say, however, if you determine that there is an ending time, I think you'll be amazed how quickly you'll get through the meeting.
Right.
Okay.
So
I
may
think
may
that's a
I
good-
motion to move the meeting from 5 to 7:30?
No, 5 PM to 7:30.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I said. Move
Yes.
to have the meeting from 5
I
to
don't think we
7:30.
need a motion for that. We can just set it as on the 48-hour notice.
Yeah, if everybody gets up and leaves at 7:30, it's over.
It's over. Yes. Okay, so council colleagues, do we agree to the 7:30 end time?
You know, I'm going to tell you, this is part of our commitment. I know everybody likes to get in and out of these meetings, but these are, if we're talking about different complicated things, we should try to make our best effort to get out of there 7:30, but I don't want anybody walking away feeling they didn't get a chance to ask a question or wrap their head around what's being presented. So I don't want to commit that, but I say we work towards a goal and hope to, to get out by then.
Right.
But I don't want to put
I
a limit
appreciate that.
if it's material that we're having trouble wrapping our heads around. I think it's more important that everybody feels comfortable with it. So,
Okay.
Especially if we're saying that it's open to the public, for
yeah.
public comment.
That is fair. So let's
Alright.
keep it at 5 and have a goal time to
Are
end.
we going to have public comment the same way we do in our regular council meeting?
No, the workshops don't have that.
No, they do.
Yeah, they
Well,
do.
you have to, I believe, reading the Open Public Meetings Act, if you have a public meeting where you're going to discuss, not necessarily act on, but discuss public business, you have to allow some period of time for public comment. You don't have to allow an unlimited amount of time. You can limit it to half an hour if you want to, and no more than
Okay.
2 minutes or 3 minutes per person, however you want to do it. You have that ability.
And that will be at the beginning of the meeting, correct?
The end of the meeting.
Well,
No.
you can do it, again, there's no rule, there's no requirement that it be at the beginning of a meeting. That's what we've done at our regular meetings, but it could be done at the end of a meeting. It could be done anytime you choose to have it done.
I would imagine that I think, and this is just my perspective, I would love to hear your perspective as well, but my perspective would be that, if the council, who will ultimately be making a decision at some point at another meeting, has a robust discussion, Q&A back and forth, perhaps the members of the public may hear something that they want clarification on or make a point on one of our points. So, perhaps that discussion, that Q&A can happen, either in the middle or the end. But I'm open to the format that council would agree upon.
And Council President, just if I hate
Yeah.
to chime in, but everybody needs to keep remembering that it's a work session. It's not, you're not taking any action.
Yeah,
There's going to be more opportunity for the public to speak at a meeting in which you are going to take action. So
I think we also need to consider that just being at a meeting isn't the only form of communication that we get from the public. You know, we have email communication, we have telephone communication. So it's not the intent of us to limit information or the ability for them to communicate to us. It's just us trying to structure our meetings so that they are not excessively time consuming.
So
I
if
just
we're
think we're trying
gonna,
to be informative.
if we're going to have public comment at the end, then I don't think we should have a time box. If public comment is going to be at the front of the meeting, then, you know, we can certainly work toward a goal of getting out at 7:30. But if we're not going to listen to them until the end of the meeting, we should not set an end time.
Right,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
agree.
notice the meeting for 5 and then,
Yes.
you know, that's it.
No end time.
Leave it
We'll
at
work
that.
toward the
Correct.
goal, but yes.
I'm sorry. I feel that I brought that up. That it was just if we can push the first would be ideal. Basically, what it comes down to. The fourth, you know, because it's a possibility on the zoning board platter. And so if you guys figure out your date like tomorrow or however simple, how easy it comes, that would be great.
Yeah.
It wouldn't matter at that point.
I just received a note that members of the public are having a difficult time getting into the meeting. Are you noticing that, Lauren?
Not that I'm aware of. We do have 20 people in the meeting currently. Is there further, do you have?
Just got a note saying it's they're having difficulty getting into the meeting.
That could be so many things.
Mhm.
I'll sign in from
The
a
link
different
doesn't
computer.
work.
The link doesn't work?
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting. I just used the information that was in the email as well, and it didn't work for me. I had to you had to resend it for it to work. So I don't know.
Well, the panelists get a different email than the attendees. The attendees have a whole separate.
they go on the website.
It's on the website, and that's what the attendees would have used that are in the meeting currently.
Okay, so but the link on our westorange.org website is working. Is that correct?
That's how I'm assuming all these other 20 people came in.
Okay.
Okay, so we're all good on the first?
Yes. So hopefully the administration will be good on the first, and we can move forward. So I certainly thank my council colleagues for entertaining that, and look forward to the discussions, whether they're on the first or the fourth. So thank you so very much for that bit of discussion.
And what's this meeting going to be? What are we discussing at this meeting?
So there is going to be discussion about a potential pilot for executive drive.
Potential pilot for an executive drive.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And we are now at almost 7 o'clock. So I know council liaisons had, council members had council liaisons. Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes, great, thank you. So a couple weeks ago for Downtown Alliance, we had our first meeting. We had a downtown New Jersey seminar that many of us attended. That was very informative. Great information of the use of technology to infuse into our downtown. So we're looking at some mobile apps and things of that nature. So a lot of great meetings have been happening. With that, following up, we had a promotion meeting working on downtown Thursday nights. So anyone interested in joining the Alliance and coming down to work on some of these special events, please go to www.downtownwo.com. There's going to be a banners as soon as the snow, Public Works could make it way to the signs. You're going to see West Orange news sign up for wosignup.com. So please look for that and join our newsletters and our mailing list. It's very important so you know what's going on around town. You'll get notifications. Also discussed at our we're working on is 15-minute parking issue, and Council President Mr. Lepore is working on an ordinance that he's going to try to get to you for the next meeting for 15-minute parking spots. along the corridor to help our business owners be successful. Unfortunately, we have people parking all day and where they shouldn't be. So it doesn't help the flow for our business owners. So there should be an ordinance on first reading from Mr. Lepore and the legal department. So we look forward to that. This Thursday night's our first PR meeting of the year at 6:30. It's a Zoom meeting. If you hopefully come join us, the directions will be on the website. It's a Zoom meeting. And big thanks, shout out to our Public Works Department. Great job with the cleanup. They've been awesome. Our police and firefighters out there, make sure you clean your fire hydrants, and they're still going to keep going. It's going to be snowing this week. And even though it's snowing, spring is just around the corner. And there is signups for all you parents out there for our recreation department, our boys and girls lacrosse, our track team, skateboard school, and even adult evening workouts. So for those of you that might have put on some winter pounds, the recreation department, all COVID protocols, and we'll see what's on Zoom. So please go to the rec website and get out there and get some exercise, folks. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Castellino. Councilwoman McCartney?
Thank you. Thank you for the DPW. Thank you, Councilwoman Castellino, for that. Very well deserved. I also wanted to have a thank you to Director Genova and the Health Department, that she had the foresight to have our township nurses certified so that they can administer vaccines and the vaccines at our senior complexes. So I was really pleased to hear that our senior housing residents were able to get vaccines. The Planning Board, met February 3rd. On our agenda tonight, we have a recommendation from the Planning Board about adopting the Executive Drive Rooney Circle Plan, and that does include the amended sustainability plan that we discussed. Our next Planning Board meeting will be on March 3rd. It's also a Zoom meeting at 7:30. The West Orange Environmental Commission met the first time of the year on January 27th.
Do we have multiple people on devices? I'm just going to mute everyone right now.
Not me, let me finish.
No, you're good.
Okay, so the West Orange Environmental Commission met on January 27th. We welcomed, again from the Health Department, Michael Fonzino is assuming the role of our recycling coordinator. We were so pleased to learn that his undergraduate and graduate degrees are in environmental science. So we were very pleased to have him on board. We welcomed a full slate of members and the West Orange High School Fight for Green team and their instructors, which has grown tremendously. And we have plenty of new initiatives. And I had mentioned last meeting about Stevens Institute creating a sustainable management plan for the township, and that's to launch tomorrow. So we'll keep you posted on that. Good news on the West Orange Arts Council. We are getting coverage on CBS and NBC today for their Found Treasure Object Trouveau exhibit. So that's on till the end of the month. And those are sculptures and art pieces that have been created from objects that have been found. Please visit woarts.org for more information. And the chamber, since so much of Zoom, our virtual meetings are on Zoom, the chamber has a very dynamic guest speaker on February 7th. This is free. This is one of the Biz 2.0 events. Are you ready for your close-up? Carrie Barrett will give us tips and tricks for Zoom and any virtual presentation you may be planning. So that's on February 27th from noon to 1. It's free, but you do have to register to get the invitation to join. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman McCartney. Councilman Rutherford.
Yes, just one update on the Open Space Recreation Committee. In addition to handling the normal business of the committee, I'm very excited and happy to report that the ROC, the project at the top of Mount Pleasant Avenue, is super exciting. I encourage all of our residents to stop by westorange.org and type in the ROC in the search bar and see the conceptual design for that space. It is going to be awesome when it is done, with a pollinator garden, honeybees, perhaps butterflies. It's nice, safe, walkable. So I'm really excited about that project and happy to be able to help in that regard. But for those of you in the public that have not yet had a chance to view the design, please go by. And if you have any questions, comments, or feedback, feel free to send me or any member of the Open Space Rec Committee an email. That's my only update for this council meeting.
Thank you, Councilman Rutherford. Councilwoman Williams. You're on mute.
Oh, you're
Councilwoman.
muted, Tammy. Miss Williams, sorry.
Hello, hello, hello. Thank you so much, Council President. I would like to share with our residents that the West Orange Senior Citizens Housing Association met on last evening, and very excited to report that 119 of the residents have been vaccinated. They've received their first round of vaccinations. There are 135 units in the rent-a-house. Their second round will be administered on March 4th. And that is being done in-house. The next meeting for the West Orange Senior Citizens Housing Association is scheduled for February 8th. In addition, the Historic Preservation Commission has not met as yet. We're looking forward to meeting there, so I'll be excited to report any information. Would also like to share that on February 28th, I will be moderating a talk back with past and present leaders in West Orange that will be held via Zoom. And the link is available on social media websites, Tammy for West Orange, or Facebook 07052, as well as our 411. Hopefully residents will be interested in listening to some of our residents who have been in various leadership positions in West Orange through the years. In addition, just like to update that I've made the following appointments to our commissions and boards. To the Human Relations Commission, I've appointed Dr. Joyce Harley and Dawn Adams. To the Public Relations Commission, I have appointed Andrea Susan Anderson. To the Zoning Board, Mr. Philip Noor, as well to the Downtown West Orange Alliance, Mrs. Erica McDay. I do have some additional appointments. So if you are interested in serving our community in any volunteer capacity, please reach out to us, me in particular. And also like to note that the West Orange Stop Suicide Advocacy Coalition will be holding a reorganization meeting looking for volunteers in March, and that will be held on March the 2nd, now that we have a March 1st obligation. That completes my liaison and informational updates. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And Madam Clerk, seeing the time now 7:03 and trying to start public comment on time, 3 minutes behind schedule. However, I certainly appreciate everyone's speedy updates. And Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, I just want to interrupt really quick just to give an update to Mr. Rutherford. I tried to sign on from 2 different devices from the website and everything was fine. I was able to go in. So hopefully that person or persons, it has been fixed.
Thank you. Both individuals are in the meeting now. Thank you.
Oh, fantastic. Okay.
Thank you so much, Lauren, for your diligence. Madam Clerk, are we opening public comment at this time, or are we going to go?
No, we are going to go to the continuation of the December 15th meeting,
Okay,
and then we'll open up the meeting for this evening.
okay, great.
So I just have to read the opening statement for that meeting. This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on October 31st, 2019, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on November 7th, 2019. Councilwoman Castellino? Councilwoman?
She's trying to mute. You're muted.
There you go. I just unmuted you. No, you're
Okay.
unmuted now. You're good.
Okay, present.
Okay, Councilwoman McCartney,
Present.
Councilman Rutherford,
Here.
Councilwoman Williams,
Here.
Council President Matute Brown.
Present.
There's two resolutions on this agenda. Resolution 26120, a resolution authorizing the 2020 budget and grant cancellations, and 26220, resolution authorizing transfers between 2020 budget appropriations.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Gross, just, and for my council colleagues, I hope you had the opportunity to just review the resolutions that were forwarded to you today. And Mr. Gross, I just wanted to talk about the cancellation detail. If you can just briefly go over that so the public understands what the cancellation details entail. I see that police salary wages in excess due to the COVID grant. Is that monies that we're not, that are not being appropriated?
These are monies that were appropriated, but that we did not spend
Okay.
because of the COVID grants that we received covered much of the overtime and other expenses in other departments for that matter, because our focus was primarily on COVID this year. A lot of things we did, we were able to write off to the grant. Therefore, we didn't have to spend that money. So that money will go to surplus. That's particularly helpful because one might think that, oh, wow, that's money that we have that can be spent in the future. And that's true, but we also have less revenues this year because of COVID. So at the end of the day, it probably washes out. So.
Thank you for that. Do any of my council colleagues have any questions on any of the resolutions before you?
I do.
Councilwoman McCartney.
John, not so much a question, but just a coincidence, I guess, as the amounts that you're moving. I'm not sure which resolution this is, but this is where the tax appeals pending O&E needed for transfer is the first line. And it is the exact same amount as the joint outlet sewer amount.
That's a from to, and that's why it's the same exact number.
Okay.
Because we had additional funds required for the joint meeting, we had to transfer that same amount from another account. So
Okay.
they're both out of cap. There are certain limitations to where you can transfer and to where. So that is by design. They're the same number, and because one we're taking from, the other one we're giving to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other colleagues have questions? No, okay. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call?
Sure. 261-20, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Matute Brown.
Yes.
And 262-20, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Matute Brown.
Yes.
Okay, and is there a motion to adjourn this meeting?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nope.
Okay, the motion is carried. And now we will go into tonight's meeting. And once again, I have to open it up with a statement.
Thank you.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 30th, 2020, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on December 10th, 2020. Councilwoman Castellino,
Present.
Councilwoman McCartney,
Present.
Councilman Rutherford,
Here.
Councilwoman Williams,
Present.
Council President Matute Brown.
Present.
Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance
Allegiance to the
To the
flag
flag
of the
United States of America,
America,
and to
and to the republic
for which it stands,
one
one nation, under God,
God,
indivisible,
with
with liberty and justice for all.
for all.
The council is now in their public meeting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And Lauren, if you will advise the public as to the directions on how to participate in our public comments.
Absolutely, thank you. Yes, so now is the time for public comment, and you can use the raise your hand button that's on the bottom of your screen. If you don't see it, you can touch your screen and it'll appear for you. And if you're one of our call-in patrons, it's *9. You don't have to wait for anyone else to finish their comment to push the button. We encourage you to push the button now and put yourself in the queue. So we have Claire Silvestri. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen and give us your name and address for the record, please.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Claire Silvestri, 20 Grandview Avenue. I'd like to speak tonight regarding Ordinance 2637-21, that is entitled, ironically, an ordinance amending the rules of council to, quote, increase efficiency and effectiveness of council meetings. I watched the portion of the January 26th council meeting video in which Councilwoman Williams first proposed reducing the time a resident can speak during public comment, and I was extremely disappointed that 3 of her colleagues concurred. Most distressing was to hear Council President Matute Brown express that she had, quote, support from the administration on trying to ensure more effective and professional meetings, unquote, as if reducing the time the public has to address the council would make the meetings more effective and professional. However, this ordinance goes beyond what was discussed at the last meeting, seeking to limit the total time of public comment to 1 hour, setting up the possibility that residents who take the time to attend a meeting may not even get a chance to speak at all. Council President stated the average length of a council meeting in the past 2 years is more than 4 hours. What she neglected to mention, however, is that in the past 2 years, the administration has presented the council with a litany of projects and proposals that have been very controversial with West Orange residents, including the Rock Spring Country Club purchase, Executive Drive redevelopment, amendments to the tree ordinance, and moving the library, to name a few. Residents have felt compelled to speak publicly in an effort to sway council members into making decisions that benefit the common good. That, I believe, is what democracy is all about. But let's look at the facts. At the last council meeting, Councilwoman Castellino pointed out that during her tenure as council president, most residents spoke for 3 minutes or less. And even at the last meeting, the public comment portion of the 5.5-hour meeting was only 70 minutes. And that includes reports from the township PIO and the county representative. Interestingly, I went back and reviewed the videos of all meetings in the last 6 months. And despite some meetings running 5, 5.5, and even 7.5 hours, the public comment portion of the meeting only hit the 1 hour mark twice. At the December 15th meeting, which featured approval of the second go round on Executive Drive, and the October 6th meeting at which a host of local residents spoke about potential development at Crestmont Country Club. So it's not public comment that's making the meetings run so long. It's most often a hefty agenda with legislation submitted by the administration that requires a substantial amount of council discussion and deliberation. I would strongly suggest that if Council President Matute Brown is concerned about the length of the meetings, she should exercise her power as Council President to limit the legislation on meeting agendas to only that which requires immediate action, rather than limiting her constituents' ability to speak up when major issues like a redevelopment designation or the future of Rock Spring Country Club arise. Finally, in their rationale for amending this ordinance, Council members Williams and Matute Brown cited the practices of neighboring municipalities. It brought back to mind in late 2013, when other residents and myself strongly objected to the council's plan to rush through moving the municipal elections from May to November via ordinance in a matter of weeks. We presented a petition signed by more than 175 residents requesting the question to be put to a public referendum, as had been done in a number of other municipalities. I also cited the extensive research and deliberations of our neighbors in Montclair, who ultimately resolved not to move their elections. But at that time, then Council President McCartney and several of her colleagues dismissed our petition, stating they had no interest in what other municipalities were doing, that West Orange is unique. But here we are now with a best practice when it comes to public engagement in our government, and our elected officials are citing other municipalities' practices to justify reducing it. It's a sad day in West Orange. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sally Malanga. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen and give us your name and address for the record, please. Hi, Sally, are you there? I saw that you unmuted. We cannot hear you. Okay, Sal, I'm going to mute you. I'm going to try to, if you can push the prompt one more time.
Sorry for that.
No, it's okay. You're all good.
Okay. Sometimes this doesn't work. Sally Malanga, 57 Ridge Road.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to address two issues, please. First, the proposed revision to public comment practice is written in a very confusing manner, and it is also very poor public relations. As an example, I think it would be awful to tell someone who waited an hour to make their comment to the council that the door is closed. However, I totally support having meetings end earlier, and I suggest that the council limit the town council meeting time to 10:30 p.m. and push any business to the next meeting. Second, I would like to object to the executive drive redevelopment in all its different ways. Tonight, you are going to consider it again, and the issue of sustainability has not been satisfactorily addressed. If this is a project that's big enough to require professional lead certification. And as I mentioned at the last meeting, we need 21st century construction practices in the town of Thomas Edison, the home of invention. If you require LEED certification, as you should, the developer will find a way to make it happen. So I'm asking you to please take the bold step of actually requiring environmental standards. Every action matters since climate change is upon us. And I thank you for taking this action. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And next we have Joe Fagan. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good evening, Madam President, and greetings to you and all your town council colleagues. Tonight, I just have a few quick items that hopefully will be informative to our residents. As we all have been accustomed to wearing masks, which is now a common sight in public, there is one unintended consequence that can be easily overlooked. Many hearing impaired individuals who rely on lip reading are unfortunately at a distinct disadvantage because of the masks. There, of course, is no way of knowing who is affected, so a small icon is being developed for those with hearing issues to display on their masks. This is a new practice that is trying to gain further understanding through widespread use and by making people aware of the effort. I point it out so that West Orange residents will know what this means if they should encounter any individual with a hearing impaired icon on their mask. To my knowledge, no symbol has yet been standardized or made official, but understanding the possible meaning of an icon displaying a hearing aid will hopefully improve the situation in communicating with a hearing impaired person while wearing a mask. By this time, I'm sure everyone has had their fill of winter, especially snow shoveling. One frustrating aspect of snow removal is clearing the end of your driveway only to have the plow come by and fill it in again. Although this can't be completely avoided, I have a helpful tip that might ease the burden. You can clear snow out from a small section parallel to the road adjacent to the foot of your driveway from the direction where the plow will be coming. This will create a void when the plow pushes the snow along the street in front of your driveway. It will minimize the amount of snow pushed in front of your driveway and make shoveling it out a lot easier. It may be a little bit more work, but will ultimately save you some work. A visual diagram of this information can be found on the West Orange Facebook page. As nothing is foolproof, neither is this suggestion, because will not always be possible to do in all situations and work under all circumstances. Hopefully it would help enough homeowners to make a difference and that we all will be blessed with an early spring. By the way, the official start of spring is only 40 days away. In closing, I'd like to mention an item relating to this day in West Orange history. In 1981, 40 years ago, on this day, Mrs. Sullivan's kindergarten class at Hazel Avenue School received a thank you letter from the newly inaugurated President Ronald Reagan, thanking the pupils for their letters of congratulations they sent him a month earlier. Reagan actually was one of several sitting U.S. presidents to visit West Orange, and hopefully one day President Biden will be added to that list. And just in case President Biden is listening, I would like to extend an open invitation to him and the First Lady to visit West Orange. That concludes my report for this evening, and I extend everyone well wishes to stay safe and stay informed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Joe Krakowiak. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen and give us your name and address for the record.
Joe Krakowiak, Grandview Avenue. Good evening, everyone. I speak in opposition to the proposed amended Rules of Council ordinance on first reading tonight. As a 10-year councilman who just stepped down, I certainly sympathize with your desire to make meetings more efficient. But I believe it requires a thoughtful balancing of many factors that I don't think we, meaning council members and constituents, have gotten to yet. I think it not wise to reduce speaking limits from 5 to 3 minutes or to cap public comment at 1 hour when currently no limit exists. This certainly reduces the input that a constituent can provide to their representatives and this is an important impact of public comment, share with the rest of the community. Regardless of what you say are your intentions and what are not your intentions, the proposed amendments reduce the opportunity of residents to, as our founders said in our US Constitution First Amendment, use the guarantee to petition the government for redress of grievances. A 40% cut in the individual time limit is significant. If you had your compensation cut by 40%, or even your mortgage cut by 40%, you would feel it. The same with public comment cuts. That's understandably the way it looks to a lot of people. And this proposed 1 hour limit to public comment is a slippery slope. What happens if after an hour people remain to speak? The amended ordinance says not a word about that, but it opens the possibility, particularly with issues that bring a lot of people who want to speak, that some people will be denied their say. No matter your intentions, that doesn't seem to me to be a good look. The ordinance has been amended, but it now contains not a word about how the council members themselves would make themselves responsible for reducing meeting times. How about a limit on each council member's response to public comment, or a limit to council liaison reports, or a limit to discussion of a specific resolution or ordinance? How about taking a closer look at each part of past meetings to see where the time actually goes, so that you have a better idea of what is causing, actually taking so much meeting time? Maybe the council president can utilize her authority in our code, our municipal code, to manage the agenda development so as to keep the number of resolutions and ordinances from the administration to a manageable level. When you look at the ordinance, you see that the people you work for, the people you represent, whose input I would certainly hope you would consider valuable in your decision-making process, are doing all the giving up. I ask that you pull this ordinance and give it a lot more consideration. You realize, of course, that you amended the ordinance relating to public comment without a single word of public comment on what residents thought about the situation? That's quite an irony, not waiting for public comment on shortening meetings for an ordinance that restricts public comment. Maybe that's also an issue to give additional consideration. I also ask that you reject the Executive Drive redevelopment plan and end the Executive Drive redevelopment initiative. I spent much time at council meetings over the years providing a litany of reasons why I think this is not in the best interest of taxpayers. So I, again, ask you to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Excuse me. Next, we have Joyce Harley. If you can give us your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Joyce Harley, Smith Manor Boulevard. And I'm coming to you once again to ask and actually beg you, council members, to refrain from acting on the ordinance that relates to the Human Relations Commission. I'm new to the commission, but I am not new to the struggle for diversity, equity, and inclusion. The ordinance that has been presented to you is not reflective of the concerns of the citizens and residents of West Orange. Please understand that the issues that concern our citizens and residents are not in the ordinance. The citizens and residents want us to make sure that their children who are differently abled have access to all that is wonderful about our town. They want us to treat sexual harassment as seriously as we treat racial discrimination. They love the fact that we celebrate Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., but they also want us to consider celebrating their heroes and sheroes who represent different cultures and different ethnic groups that live in our town. Our local business owners simply want us to help them find ways to level the playing field so that they too can sell their goods and services to the town. They don't care one whit about stripping the mayor or any other mayor, this mayor or any other mayor, of their authority to appoint the chair to the commission. This ordinance smacks of political chicanery, fueled by the ambitions of your council president, whose undue influence and interference in the HRC's deliberations I have witnessed firsthand. I urge you to demand the recording of the HRC meeting where this happened. I also urge those members who maligned Councilwoman Williams at that meeting to apologize to her if they have a shred of decency within their bones. I also ask that you please provide in writing the rules governing the roles and responsibilities of the council liaison, because other members of this commission have shared their concerns and my concerns, but they've seen how I've been attacked by a member of the commission who wasn't even at the meeting. And they don't want to be mired in political shenanigans, and neither do I. We don't want to and will not be pawns of somebody else's less than admirable political ambitions. We want to make sure that diversity, inclusion, and equity are written into the fabric of West Orange. And I believe that most of you council members share that same lofty goal. So please, please give us a chance to go back and rewrite and reword and wordsmith the ordinance so that it actually reflects the interests and concerns of our citizens. As I said last time, diversity is being invited to the dance. Inclusion is being asked to dance. And I submit once again that equity means being given adequate time on the dance floor, and that's all I'm asking for. Let us go back. Let us wordsmith this ordinance so it truly, truly reflects the concerns of the citizens and not the ambitions of any particular council person or our liaison. I thank you so much for listening again.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Susan Lesnick. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen and give us your name and address for the record, please.
Okay. Susan Lenchick, 234 Eagle Rock Avenue. I also would like to address the proposed reduction of time given to citizens to express their views during public comment from 5 minutes to 3 minutes, and or limiting public comment period to 1 hour total. I heard that one council member referred to 5 minutes as, quote, an excessively long time, end quote. I disagree. For one thing, it is often necessary to be detailed in one's comments, maybe to present facts or statistics to support one's position. I have listened to many a citizen who gave compelling and well thought out reasons for a position, and those reasons required some elaboration. A 5-minute period was needed, and sometimes longer. Also, it is not unusual for a citizen to address more than one issue or concern during public comment. To try to address multiple issues in only 3 minutes would be too restrictive. A person would not have an opportunity to provide many details to support their position. And regarding restricting public comment to only 1 hour, let's say there's an issue about which many citizens have concerns. Situations such as this have occurred quite frequently in our township. So if you restrict public comment to 3 minutes per person for a total public comment period of 1 hour, at best you might have 20 citizens speak, and likely less since each speaker does not succeed another immediately. So let's say 30 people want to speak. How will you determine whose voices will be heard and whose voices will not be heard? You would be in a position where you have to deny certain citizens their right to speak, and that causes great concern. As someone else pointed out, there are other ways to reduce the duration of a council meeting. After all, the council president does control the agenda. Now, I had a question, and that was whether an analysis had been conducted to determine the actual time used for public comment as a percentage of the total time taken for a council meeting. And it seems that Ms. Silvestri has already done some analysis of that. And it seems that based on what she discovered, public comment might use up only 10% of a meeting or less, and maybe at the most 20. Now, is that too much time to give to citizens in what's supposed to be a democracy? So instead of extolling other towns that restrict comments to 3 minutes, why not hold up West Orange as an example of a desire to give greater voice to our residents? Wouldn't that be something to be proud of? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And next we have Lauren Svedvilas. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen and give us your name and address for the record.
Sure. You can hear me okay? Lauren
Yes, thank you.
Svedvilas. Yes, Prospect Avenue in West Orange. Good evening, council members. I'd like to update you on our Green West Orange's general membership meeting from last night. This was our second meeting this month, with new members joining in discussions about local projects happening here in West Orange, including that of 555 Northfield, Crestmont Country Club, Executive Drive, Essex Green, Cube Smart, the status of the Turtlebag Zoo, and the initiatives our partners of West Orange High School's Fight for Green Club have been working on. We've also been discussing various issues residents are facing within their own neighborhoods, such as excessive noise from gas-powered leaf blowers, the continued unnecessary removal of vital mature trees, the illegal removal of trees, continual increases in property taxes, lack of transparency during township Zoom meetings, specifically not knowing how many people are in attendance, and, for example, what the future of this town will look like when the public's voice on town matters is limited. I'm speaking of the agenda item regarding reducing the time permitted for residents to make public comment from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. Personally, what perplexes me most is that come election season, the majority of our elected officials campaign, they ride on the wings of progressive ideals, promote sustainability, advocate for diversity and equity, fight for taxpayers, support local businesses, seniors, sidewalks, schools, you name it. These are the areas that many of us hold dear and many of us look to you to fight for. But enter the developer, the suitcase is full of upfront cash in exchange for long-term tax breaks. And all those key progressive values are tossed aside, politely, mind you, because we are, after all, the nicest town, according to Reader's Digest. Gone are the sidewalks because a developer or golf course says they're too expensive. Gone are the trees because they don't fit well into a developer's plan. Gone is the school funding because the town council chose the cash pilot option. Gone is the affordability because now residents have to subsidize those lost tax revenues, otherwise paid by those wealthy developers. Gone are our open spaces. Even the cleanliness of our town is put on hold because we don't want to upset campaign-friendly businesses by issuing violations or fines. And now gone will be one of the most democratic, progressive rights we have as residents, our voices, the right to speak publicly. Of course, we still may speak, but only for 3 minutes, and there will be a cap of 60 minutes for residents as a whole. That equates to 20 speakers, roughly. Does this include the county executive spokesman? Does this include township appointees such as Ms. Brill and Mr. Fagan? Does this include the time it takes people eventually to walk up to the podium, state their name, smile, wave to friends, adjust the mic, sort their notes, use a translator, pass out documents? And then how do we know who will be chosen to fill that 60-minute time slot? When public comment changes were recommended by a West Orange board member earlier this month, who was also a mayoral-backed elected official, a fellow board member proposed waiting to make any changes to public comment rules until after this current health crisis is over. Change now during this time makes no sense. And besides, why are we trying to silence the very people whose voices need to be heard? I recommend shortening meetings by reducing the amount of agenda items before you. Provide shorter liaison updates. If you are looking for a guaranteed solution, look no further than putting the interests of us residents before the interests of wealthy developers and those lining the pockets of Mr. You-Know-Who. You will have much more support from residents, resulting in far less time needed for us to speak up. In fact, saying, "Council members, thank you for having my back," only takes half a minute. We don't need 3 or 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Melgily Valdez. Pardon if I mispronounced that. If you can give us your name and address for the record and follow the prompt on the screen, please.
Hello, my name is Melgily Valdez and I live on Elm Street. And good evening, council. I've been a resident of West Orange now for about 15 years, and I am just appalled at the fact that this new council is proposing to limit public comment. This is, 1 hour is not enough time for citizens to voice their opinions, especially when there are so many items. I'm looking at the agenda today. There's numerous ordinances and numerous things on the agenda that if residents want to comment, or if there's other issues that they need to comment about, they're not going to have the opportunity. I think you need to remember the reason why you decided to run for council and the fact that we, the voters, voted you in. And it seems that this is very bad optics. It sounds like you do not want to listen to us. Is it that you are trying to stifle public comment for a specific reason because you just want to ram through, the redevelopment or whatever other project because it's in your best interest, not the town's best interest, not your constituents' best interest? I'm getting sick and tired of the shady things that are happening in this town. I just want you to remember that, yes, you were voted in, but you can be voted out of your position. I'm a young resident here, and I'm going to either, try to help other people to run for council or be more involved, because the things that are happening in this town are getting ridiculous. The fact that you want to limit public comment to 1 hour. What I suggest you do is that perhaps the council members should just not comment during public comment, or do other things as other people have suggested to shorten the meetings, or perhaps even add more meetings. There has to be a way to make this a better process, a process where it's more transparent, because limiting public comment to 1 hour is not helpful, and it's just making you guys, to be honest, look very bad. It just, you're saying that you have the mayor and other people's support, but most residents, this does not bode well for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, it is just listed as West Orange Town Council meeting, and I do have to promote this resident to a panelist. So don't touch anything on your computer, and I'm going to bring you on over. And you just give me one moment and get the video there for you, and we'll unmute you. Okay, you're all set.
I'm okay?
Yep.
I need to do something to change this thing. Somebody has to show me. I'm technically challenged. Anyway, I'm Rosary Morelli, and I live on Ralph Road.
Okay, you're all set.
Okay, I can't count the number of council meetings that I've attended since 1991, when I was advised by a former council member to not complain, get involved. I know he regretted that advice. In all the years, to the best of my recollection, there have been many controversial issues, but this, in my opinion, and I have a lot of opinions tonight, is very controversial. You're denying us our rights under the First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States of America. We're being muzzled. You all are concerned about the number of hours you have to be at a meeting. In my opinion, again, you weren't sincere when you campaigned for office, when you made many, many promises. You were going to work for us. You were going to represent us. This is not an example of your working for us. You want to do what you want to do, and in a democracy, not giving us the right to our opinions and to be able to voice them. I only have one thing to say. Shame on all of you. This change is not a good change. It's violating the citizens' rights. I want to use a quote from the attorney. His name was John Welch during the McCarthy hearings. Probably none of you were even born at that time. When he kept asking, have you no shame? I'm asking you tonight. This is a big issue. It's bigger than we really know at this time. Do not, I advise you, I'm asking you, do not change the amount of time the seniors get to get up and speak their piece. You need our opinion. You need our advice. You don't have to take our advice, but you need to know what the citizens are going through, what they need, what they want, changes they think you should make, ways to improve our government and to make our quality of life a good quality. This is not. If you start with this and muzzle us, what can we expect next? Maybe we can't even have a public portion. Maybe you're going to put a big boulder on the door like they did in one township to keep the citizens out of a council meeting. With this, you are starting a big snowball that's going to grow and grow. Again, shame on you. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. And I'll promote you back to an attendee in just one moment while I set the next person up. Next, we have Dagmar Hobson. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen and give us your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Dagmar Hobson. I live on Tremont Avenue. I wanted to speak about the HRC, Human Relations Commission. I've been a resident in West Orange for over 45 years, and I have many years on the Human Relations Commission because that's where my interest is in helping to bring more equity to the town. We're nice people on the Human Relations Commission. We're kind people. We do not like controversy. Everybody gets to say their piece. If somebody has a different opinion, we don't attack each other. We talk about it. We try to come to a mutual agreement on how we're going to proceed. So I feel that the ordinance change that we're proposing is being misrepresented here at this meeting, and that's why I wanted to speak out. Nobody is being disparaged in any way. None of the former chairs of the Human Relations Commission, we have nothing bad to say about anybody. We are not trying to say that they cannot speak for themselves. They can only do what the mayor tells them to do. That is not at all what we're saying. This ordinance change, which I don't know if everybody's familiar, what it would do is, right now, the mayor appoints the chair, and instead, we, the Human Relations Commission, would elect our own chair. That is the difference. That is the change that is being proposed. The only thing we're trying to do is be more autonomous. That is the only thing we're trying to do. We're not, like I said, we're not trying to disparage anybody. Other towns elect their own Human Relations Commission. I don't know if you want to look at other towns or not, but it's a fact. South Orange has a fantastic coalition on race that's part of the town government. Not only do they elect their own chair, they even recruit their own members. And they have a very good program going there. And we are constantly working on making the Human Relations Commission better. And we feel that electing our own chair will unite us in such a way that we can move forward and help our town be more equitable. And we are not singling out anybody. We don't want some people to be more equitable than others. That is not at all what we're saying. Everybody in West Orange, no matter what their background is, race, color, creed, you name it, differently abled, old, young, you name it, everybody should have equity in every way. And that is what we're working on, and that is what we have been working on. So any other characterization is really not true. And this is why I wanted to speak out and, show what most of us on the Human Relations Commission feel. I hope that some other people will speak out also tonight, but I definitely wanted to make my voice heard so you can see a different view of this. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Kabira Myers. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen and give us your name and address for the record.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Kabira Myers of Marion Drive here in West Orange. I want to thank Dagmar Hobson for the comments that she made, that she just made about the HRC proposed, the proposed HRC Ordinance Amendment. I have to echo her comments. And quite frankly, I really cannot understand the vitriol from the prior caller with regard to the ordinance amendment. I read the ordinance, the proposed amendment to the ordinance, and what I took from it is that it simply seeks to give the members of the HRC more autonomy. It simply gives them, or it seeks to keep them, I should say, it seeks to keep them from being held captive to the directives and whims of a single entity. So what's wrong with that? I really don't see what's wrong with that. To me, it actually strengthens the objectives of the HRC to open up the Township of West Orange to more equity, to more diversity. So I don't see anything wrong with the proposed ordinance amendment. And if I'm interpreting it the wrong way, then I would invite President Matute Brown to certainly correct me. But I see it the same way that that Ms. Hobson just expressed. Additionally, I would like to, and separately, I would like to again recommend President Matute Brown to be the liaison to the rent leveling board. I think that she's excellent. She's got a hold on the objectives of rent control. And I would be so honored if she would serve. I think that it would do a great service to the town of West Orange. And then finally, with regard to shortening public comment, I think that, you know, a solution, if the concern is that the township meetings are going on too long, that they're very lengthy, how about perhaps extending the frequency of the town council meetings? So instead of one meeting per month, there could be some sort of amendment, you know, to our West Orange, ordinances or ordinance that would allow those meetings to occur more than once a month. So that public comment could remain at 5 minutes and that the meetings could be shortened. Thank you so much for your time. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you. Next, we have Isabella Dias-Friedman. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen and give us your name and address for the record.
Isabella Dias-Friedman, 716 North Fifth Avenue. Good evening. I'm speaking tonight about two items in the agenda. The first one, to express my opposition to decrease the time given to public to speak, 3 minutes per person or 1 hour as a whole, because this will reduce a lot the opportunity to West Orange residents to express their opinion in any subject, in sometimes many subjects presented as a council. Also, because during the pandemic, we, the public, the West Orange residents, have already been stripped out our right to express our input as a group, as because the township choose a certain Zoom setting that we, the West Orange residents, are not allowed to see how many people came to your meeting, how many West Orange residents are present watching this meeting, and we don't even know, we have no idea. Then it's already a lack of transparency since the pandemic started, because we cannot see how many public people are there speaking. And now you also want to take time out from us. How are we gonna know if we had 50 people present and 30 of them wanna talk when we're only gonna give 20 people the right to talk? We don't even know who is there and who you guys are gonna choose that will speak, if we'll be for the best or the worst of the interest of us residents of West Orange. We already took the transparency out of our council meetings when you choose the Zoom setting where we don't see anyone that's present. Now you also want to take time out from us? That is not fair with us West Orange residents. I also would like to oppose the way that you guys want to approve the redevelopment as is not the best interest of West Orange residents. The tax abatement will not going to be good for us. We already have last year a 9% increase in our taxes. We cannot afford more. This development is being rushed through and no environmental concerns have been addressed. We are in 2021. Our new president and the whole world is speaking about climate change. But West Orange is not forcing its new developments, is not requiring its new developments to be energy efficient. Where are we going? Are we going against the whole world in climate change? We're gonna stay backwards and let them do whatever they want and change later? This will not gonna work. Now is the time to act. Before they start the construction, you require energy efficiency. You required LEED certification. Oh, you're going to be expensive for them? It's their problem. They are the development. They are the wealthy people, not us. They can afford that. It's not that expensive. And they will, because it's for their best interest too. As an energy efficient building is better, not just for the construction, but for the residents, and they will pay less in energy and will be better for us and for the whole West Orange will breathe better and for the whole community. This should be taken consideration before approval. And that's say thank you very much for letting me speak tonight for 4 minutes, and have a good evening, everybody.
Hey, thank you. Yeah. And next we have a call-in patron. The last 4 numbers are 4933. You'll notice a prompt on your phone. If you can unmute that.
Hello?
Hi, can we have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, this is Patricia West, and I live at 104 G. O'Donnell Drive.
Thank you. Okay, you're all set.
Okay, I would like to speak to the ordinance for the HRC. I'd like to clarify some issues that I think are extremely important. Around the issue of autonomy, autonomy is different from accountability. The HRC will continue to be accountable. We will be accountable to the town council. We will be accountable to the mayor. We will be accountable to the community, the people that we represent. And I think that's extremely important to understand. It does not mean that we can become an insular or political organization. Our work is based on understanding the needs and the requirements and the work that it takes to make sure that West Orange is inclusive and equitable. Under no circumstances can we become an isolated, insular, and driven by our own agenda, because that's not what we're about. We're in service of the community. We're in service to the council. We're in service to the mayor, because those are the people that we do the work for. That's the way we bring West Orange together. That's the way we make West Orange a better place to live. And I want to stress that, because there seems to be a perception that we want to become totally driven by our agenda, what we see needs to be done, irrespective of the other entities in the community. Commissions are representing the community and the people in the community. So it's absolutely ridiculous to think that we would be able to operate in a way that would not make us accountable. So I wanted to make sure that people understood, and I was working on the task force. In addition, I've been on the HRC for longer than I can remember. And the work itself doesn't allow you to operate like some kind of independent organization or group within the municipality, because then we defeat the very reason why we were brought into existence. This is our reason for being. So I wanted to share that. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. And next we have Paul Papasavis. Pardon if that's a mispronunciation. If you can follow the prompt on your screen and give us your name and address for the record.
Hi, Paul Papasavis. I'm on Underwood Drive in West Orange. This is my first meeting I'm attending. I actually saw the link on Facebook, and I'm trying to understand both sides of the the discussion here about limiting the time. One of the things, there's some very interesting conversation here. One of the things, because the meetings are only held monthly, the ability for people to participate into democracy and to be able to voice their words are important. But that said, the problem is if the time is limited, then the moderator technically has to make a decision who is going to be heard and who's not going to be heard. And that, in a sense, could disrupt the function of having an open discussion and forum. But there also has to be, looking at both sides, there has to be some level of reasonableness to how long a meeting goes on. And again, hopefully someone can comment on this because I am new to this. I'm wondering if there's the possibility of some type of a venue to have, in addition to the verbal portion talking during a meeting, also having a forum. If someone chooses to write the public comments before the meeting, that can also be shared specifically for this. So perhaps maybe 20–30% of the people may want to address people in the forum, so we can reserve the time that it takes for us to speak here. The other thing is it possible that people can pre-register to talk ahead of time so that we would actually know how many people would be interested in discussing or participating in the discussion? And again, people might not like this, but if we know that 50 people want to talk, would it be absurd to say, let's lower it to 4 minutes or 3 minutes, so we can kind of gauge? Because if you go back historically and you look at your meetings and you see, okay, the average person talks for 4 minutes, let's say, you can get a sense of how long that public discussion is going to be, just to give a guideline as to how much time would be needed. I think it's a very dangerous thing, though, to just completely cut it off at a finite period of time, because what you're doing is, unfortunately, and I don't know anybody here, you all seem like very nice people, and I thank you for your volunteer work in the township to help move the township forward. But in a case, the person who makes the decision who talks, there could be a bigger issue there about who you're allowing to talk. So I'm all about efficiency. I'm all about giving people a voice. But if there's a way that we can kind of look at both sides and see how can we give people a voice, keep the meetings under control. One of the things I heard was a possibility of having more than one meeting. And maybe you can educate me a little bit and let me know how late have these meetings gone? Have they gone very, very late? So anyway, that's pretty much all I wanted to say about that. And thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Next, Joyce, if you can follow the prompt on your screen and give us your name and address for the record.
Hi, good evening. This is Joyce Rudin, Woodland Avenue in West Orange. I wanted to address 3 issues. All 3 of them have to do with listening to residents and allowing our input. First, I am very concerned about the changes that you're proposing to limit public comment. It seems to be promoted in the language of the ordinance as a tactic for streamlining your meeting. This seems like a rushed through tactic for silencing the public. I doubt that any of you who ran for this position told residents when you knocked on their door that your first act would be to promptly reduce the ability for the public to weigh in on important issues. You are our elected officials. You are elected to represent us, or at least to listen to our concerns. This period of COVID has made it easier than ever to participate in our local democracy. Is that why you are moving now to shut down our input? I urge you to remember what it was like before each of you were elected. I also recommend, as others have, that you cut the council's agenda, or at least cut or limit your own feedback to residents, especially if one of your colleagues has already addressed the issue. Secondly, I object to your pushing through the executive drive development. This is another area where the public was shut out. You may remember that at the planning board meeting, the public was not allowed to question the planner, whereas the planning board was allowed to question the planner that was brought forth by the objector. It's obvious that this effort is being rushed through only to grant the developer a multi-million-dollar tax gift. Finally, I'd just like to address changes on the to the Environmental Commission, which you've put forth tonight. At the last meeting of the Environmental Commission, Mike Brick promised that a student from the high school would be appointed to sit on the board, much like other towns have student members sitting on their environmental commissions. These young people deserve a seat at the table. If you are changing the ordinance on the Environmental Commission, it should be memorialized in this revision that you are permanently putting on a young member of our community. These young environmentalists are leading the way. In sum, all of these requests are asking you to respect public input at the council meetings, at planning board meetings, and on the Environmental Commission. Listening to residents' voices builds a more equitable township. When you listen, people feel heard. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
Thank you. And next we have Rabbi Moshe Rudin. If you can follow the prompt on your screen and give us your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you very much. Moshe Rudin, 38 Woodland Avenue. I just, again, wanted to thank you for your service to the community, and kind of interesting that I go right after Joyce, but I do have my own point of view. And I just want to say that actually before the meeting, Joyce mentioned to me how important it is building relationships. And I think that I guess the just from hearing and you know, my 20 years as living in West Orange, doing things like limiting public comment. You know, again, I second everything that's been said, and I agree with everything that's been said. There must be a way to make it so that you are not holding 5-hour meetings. And I think some of this, so I mean, you guys are much smarter than I am about how to make that happen, whether it's shortening agendas, discussing fewer things, or whatever might be the case. But I guess the impression that it leaves, limiting public comments, is that the real decisions are already made before the meeting ever starts, and that the meeting is simply a place for, or the public comment is simply a place for people to blow off steam, you know, and something to be endured, rather than dialogue to be encouraged or thoughts to be exchanged. And, you know, I guess that's what makes democracy deliberative, is that one hopes that there's a certain open-mindedness on everybody's part, and that the people who have been chosen to lead us value the input of constituents and add it to their list of things to think about, so that the decisions that are made you know, are open to many different perspectives. If that's not the case, you know, I mean, one hopes that it is the case, that meetings are meant to be places of exchange and dialogue, and not just shouting into the wind about the things that are fait accompli. And you know, that almost all of my personal connection with the township has been in my wife's passionate environmentalism, and just the feeling that I pray that you are all environmentalists, and that you all are thinking about the big picture. You're all thinking about this beautiful township of West Orange that we have, that we've lived in for many years, and that we've seen, unfortunately, you know, over the past years, seen as I'll just say a money-making opportunity for developers who seem to think about their bottom line rather than the quality of life of the communities that they're developing. And you know, I hate to make it so stark as to say that, but I wish I could feel that my town council and mayor are a bulwark against the profiteering and the overdevelopment and the degradation to the environment. And I have to say that I question that, and I'd like to not question it. I'd like to have faith and I'd like to believe in that. So please consider ways to increase public comment and dialogue with you, building relationships with you, understanding you, and you understanding us, so that we can all kind of go forward together. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I get to Mr. Puglisi, if we have any other residents who would like to speak, now would be the time to push that raise your hand button. Thank you. B. Valdez, if you can please follow the prompt on your screen and give us your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Betsy Valdez and I live on Elm Street.
Okay, you're all set. Thank you.
So I've been a resident of West Orange for almost 20 years, and every year I'm more disappointed in this town. It's clear that the best interests of the residents are never taken into consideration year after year. Our property taxes keep rising every year, and the benefits of those high taxes are nowhere to be seen. It's reprehensible that this town council wants to limit one of the few outlets and forums where we can hear each other's concerns, where we can raise issues in a productive and public way. If the meeting is too long for you, maybe step down. If you don't have the time to serve this town, step aside. I am vehemently against limiting the time for residents. Secondly, I'd like to voice my concerns about this redevelopment project. It is infuriating that the town hired a lawyer to defend the developers in this plan and to limit the input at the planning board meeting. Again, silencing residents. Why are the taxpayers constantly covering the cost for terrible developers? If the properties are in disrepair, why hasn't the town collected fines or required upkeep? Why is the library being moved to a place where the residents that need it the most are going to be too far away to even visit? It boggles my mind why these choices are being rammed through, and and these pushes for the residents to be silenced. It's infuriating and it's disappointing, and I hate seeing it. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Melinda Huerta. If you can follow the prompt on your screen and give us your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Melinda Huerta, 17 Park Drive South. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're all set.
Okay, sorry. I wasn't really prepared. I thought there was going to be another late night here on the town council meeting. So COVID has certainly created many challenges for our residents and just overall. But the one thing I think that COVID has done is enabled residents to participate and to be able to listen on to council meetings and be more engaged right from home. So there's many difficulties that have been presented by COVID and it's kind of forced us into a digital, evolution, I guess, or revolution, or whatever you would want to call it. And civic engagement is something that's instilled in our students. It's something that's was definitely instilled in me through not just my family and kind of like forced engagement, but more so civic engagement. Our schools, we teach our students. It's very evident that we're doing a pretty good job, I think, in our school system. We have a lot of young activists and just young people wanting to get involved and really making impactful changes. And I'll just be brief on the tax part of everything. Everybody, the community has, said their pieces on taxes and their opinions, and at the Board of Education there's a difficult budget season approaching us, and I think that we have to just be mindful and really listen to the residents and encourage the engagement that's going on. And that's all I have tonight. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. And next we have Kevin Malenga. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen and give us your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you for the great job you always do moderating these meetings.
Oh, thank you so much. That's very kind.
Kevin Malenga, 57 Ridge Road. Council President, members of the council, good evening. I won't iterate all the wonderful and eloquent comments that my fellow citizens have made in opposition to reducing the amount of time for public comment. I know how hard all of you work. I know you put in tremendous numbers of hours, and I marvel at your stamina through the lengthy council meetings. But I think that limiting the amount of time for public participation is misguided. And actually, I would have an immodest proposal. I would move in the other direction. I would expand the amount and method of public comment. I've raised this issue before. Rabbi Rudin has mentioned dialogue. He used that word many times. We don't really have a dialogue. In public comment, a citizen stands up at the podium when we had in-person meetings, says what he or she has to say, then must sit down and wait for the response from the members of the council to whom those comments are addressed. Very often, the responses by members of the council are not responsive at all. I would propose changing the methodology completely. I would propose having a true dialogue so that we stay either on the line or standing at the podium until we receive the response that we are expecting to receive. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you. And next, it's another person, different label. It just says WOA Council meeting. So you'll notice a prompt on your screen. If you can press it and give us your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, everyone. This is Michael Pages from Ferris Drive. Sorry about that. I usually update my name.
No, it's okay.
Thank you, everybody, for your time again and your continued work on behalf of the town. As it relates to the time change for public public meeting and speaking out, you know, I would say find a middle ground on this. You're all reasonable people. When we vote you in, it doesn't mean we vote to take over your lives as well. So I completely understand the notion to try to make these a little bit more efficient and to make them productive as possible. In the same vein, I'm sure you appreciate the optics on this are not ideal. You know, finding a middle ground on 4 minutes and then maybe an hour 20, or and then what the council would commit to reducing the time as well. You know, the only thing I think about candidly when we talk about this is my own mother, who would have tried to speak up at one of these events with a very ugly Spanglish accent, and it would just take her a long time to get stuff out. And so the one thing I would say to you is, you know, think about people who may have learning disabilities or harder challenges speaking out. We clearly have a lot of very vocal people here, but that's not who this is geared towards. So just as a quick note. And two, I know that there were, as it relates to Crestmount Country Club, there were updates on the appraisals. Would love to hear a quick update. And I hope everybody and their families are well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just the last final call before I get to Mr. Puglisi. Okay. And okay, Mr. Puglisi, if you can follow that prompt on your screen.
Hi, good evening. This is Anthony Puglisi, representing County Executive Joe DiVincenzo. I have the usual information that I like to share with you. Our vaccination sites are up and running. Residents of West Orange can make appointments at the Kmart on Prospect Avenue. I can tell you that it is difficult to get an appointment because the number of vaccines are limited, but we do anticipate that changing over the next few weeks. So hopefully that'll become a little easier to get an appointment. Our public health officer is working with local municipal health officers as well, both on a couple different fronts. One, to provide vaccinations to homebound residents, and also to assist with the delivery of vaccinations to senior buildings. We are also beginning a pilot program with a few towns where we're going to try to use our special transportation bus system and bring seniors to our vaccination sites. If that works well, The first trips are next week. If that works well, we will expand it throughout the county. Right now, the municipalities that we're working with are Newark, East Orange, and Irvington. Even though we have vaccinations in sight, it is important for people to continue to get tested, whether they display symptoms or not. We do have 3 days of testing each week, and up to up to 800 appointments each day. Tuesdays, we're at the Hall of Records in Newark in the evening, 3:30 to 6:30. Thursdays, we're at Cedar Grove Public Works. That's our Essex County Public Works department, also 3 to 6. And then Saturday mornings from 8:30 to 12:30, we're at the commuter parking deck next to Cody Arena. On the third front, which is our food distribution program, we have lost a few battles with Mother Nature over the last couple weeks because of snowfall and forecast of snow. So last week's event and this week's event are canceled because of snow. So our next food distribution will be February 18th at the Cherry Blossom Welcome Center in Newark. All this information is on our website, which is essexcountynj.org. And I thank you for the opportunity to share this information with you.
Thank you, Ms. Puglisi. And that is all that we have for public comment. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Lauren. I will echo Mr. Malanga's sentiments. You always do such a wonderful job moderating for us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Certainly appreciate it. Where to begin? Thank you. I want to say first, because I always forget to thank Anthony Puglisi for hanging out and sharing all of that important information that you do with our residents and ourselves. And I want to start backwards, actually. I think Mr. Lepore is on the call with us, and one of the public commenters, Mr. Pages, requested an update with respect to the Crestmont appraisals. I believe last time, and my apologies for not communicating that with you, Mr. Pages, I believe we were expecting a return on the appraisals by February 5th. Is that correct, Mr. Lepore? Correct me if I'm wrong. Can you give us an update?
That is correct. We did receive both appraisals.
Okay, and since that was just this past Friday, I believe, what is today, the 9th, a couple days ago, the council can anticipate a follow-up with respect to next steps and what happens with those appraisals, correct?
Yes, that's correct. The administration has already begun its internal discussions about that.
Okay, wonderful. Certainly look forward to hearing what that all looks like. And I'm sorry that I am messing with my screen here, trying to get everybody back because I can't see my council colleagues in this screen, and I don't.
You can remove the shared screen during this time. This way you can see everyone easier.
Yeah, that's so much easier. Thank you so
Sure.
much. I feel bad when I don't see a hand up. I don't try to ignore anyone, but that's so much better. Thank you so much. So Mr. Pages, and for those residents who are interested, we will have a follow-up coming up shortly. Happy to hear that the appraisals have been received and look forward to what those conversations to preserve that open space is going to look like. So thank you very much for that follow-up, Mr. Lepore. Want to just briefly, and wherever I leave off, I would ask that my council colleagues fill in those spaces as I was quickly jotting down notes. So I will, I do want to address just very briefly the HRC ordinance, which because we will be talking about this a little later on as we're going over the ordinance. I don't want to lose sight that this ordinance was created or the language came from the commissioners themselves. So I want to just clear up any misinformations with respect to any misgivings or those statements that were made about my personal or political agendas. I've zero. I actually ran for town council. One of the reasons I ran was because I felt that the HRC was not as reflective of the progress or progressive ideals that I felt represented West Orange. Outside of that, I've no political aspirations within the HRC. I hope, as I've discussed with my council colleagues, to help them get in a space or become more united in the work that they do, because I think it's necessary. I know their work is absolutely necessary for our community. We've made so much progress with the municipality, the administration, and the HRC is just that vital component that ties all of us together. So I look forward to their success. And thank those commissioners who have been, I think it was Patricia West, and I know Dagmar Hobson have also been on the commission as commissioners, serving longer than they can remember, and certainly longer than I have been engaged. So thank you for your participation in that. Ms. Kabira Myers, I wanted to say we will have a discussion about appointments for the rent control liaison. Thank you very much for your confidence in wanting me to serve as liaison. We will have that discussion as well later. And as always, thank you for being present and speaking up. I think everyone else, with respect to the lead certification, I don't know if either our attorney Ken Kaiser or Mr. Trent can address this, but when I think one of the things that the public objected to was executive drive, because the lead certification was not a requirement. I know that there was an amendment to the ordinance that we will be going over later, not the ordinance, I'm sorry, to the resolution that we will be going over later with respect to executive drive. However, lead certification itself, and if either of you can correct me if I'm wrong, is not spelled out in our ordinance, is that? And I see Councilwoman McCartney, I see you shaking your head, so can you please share as well what is in the ordinance with respect to the lead certification?
So we do not have an ordinance on lead certification. We have ordinances on other green designs, standards, such as stormwater management or, oh my goodness, there are just so many others. We don't have, when the planning board discussed this, we were trying to get as close to LEED certified as possible. Our building construction official weighed in with us also to tell us that there was a comment made this evening about, Mrs. Friedman made a comment about energy efficient. All of that is spelled out in our plan as well, but the state construction uniform code requires that. So on top of this, all of the sustainable design standards that we put in this plan, we also have ordinances in town that support the environment and trying to get us as close to LEED as possible. But since we do not have an ordinance specifically on LEED, that's not something that we can condition an applicant to do. But we can do it with our sustainable checklist, which is in our master plan, and other ordinances that we do have adopted.
Thank you, Councilwoman McCartney, for that information. And that the follow-up question to that to either Mr. Kaiser or Mr. Trank is, because this plan has already been submitted, even if we were to change the certification, I don't know, not the certification, apologies, the ordinance to require LEED certification on redevelopment projects, that's something that would not be applicable or would be applicable to existing plans.
It would not be applicable.
And the reason I asked that is because I think back to a time where there was, and this was many, many years ago, it predates most of us on the council, when the West Essex development, there was changing in that ordinance over 20 years ago, which happened post the plan being presented, and that presented some issues for the township at that time. So I just wanted that clarification, because I do think it's a valid discussion for the planning board to have. I believe that's where it starts. Is that correct? Or is that an issue for the council?
If you want to change to be to require LEED certification for all redevelopment projects, obviously it could start either or both, or, but yes, it would definitely be something within the purview of the planning board.
But it wouldn't be something that could happen retroactively.
Correct. You are dead on, and you are absolutely right as to your recollection of what happened on West Essex Highlands. We were sued and it was not sustained.
And okay, so thank you. And I just wanted that clarification because I know I've been doing some, background work on what the LEED certification requires, where we are and where we could be. And again, I certainly welcome that discussion with council and the planning board members and the public. But just want to be clear that because there is an existing plan, should there be any ordinance changes requiring any future developments, that is not applicable to the current executive drive plan, because there could be some legal ramifications that we face as a municipality. But I am happy to hear Councilwoman McCartney discuss the fact that there are sustainable checklists that are included in our master plan and environmental conditions that have to be met. So in that regard, I just wanted to be clear on that when we discuss the executive drive.
And I just want to, one thing
Yeah.
I just want to add to your explanation, your history on it, is don't forget that earlier last year, we approved the fair share housing settlement, which included a very substantial project that will go before the planning board that dealt with the Highlands specifically. And that's close to 500 units. And again, former Councilman Krakowiak and Councilwoman McCartney literally spent years as part of the mediation of that. And that was an issue front and center. We brought in Mr. DeFeo to try to get as much of what this green is involved, everything, as Councilwoman McCartney taught us, about macadam to all the other aspects. And in the end, it was a deal breaker to try to put that on them because of the certification process, not because of the green nature, but because of this independent organization that comes in. And so we did graft into that settlement that the council approved last year, including Councilman Krakowiak, who was intimately involved in it, so that we're getting the benefits of green without the added expense that comes along with this independent LEED certification body. And that's the information that I've been given from around the state as to that process.
Thank you, Mr. Trank, for that. And then I think the other obviously overarching public comments that were made were with respect to the shortening of the public comment period. And I think one of the things that was said is that people are doing all of the giving up. I do want to, I don't know if, how many of the public members were on when we discussed our first order of business. We moved it to the new business to the conference agenda, was to add an additional workshop to discuss these very issues that are controversial and the council members need more time to address. The administration has been supportive of joining us in that workshop. That workshop does include a public component. So while I hear what you're saying about the optics not being good, and I had this discussion earlier with Councilman Rutherford, I'm not very good at making decisions when it comes to just pure optics. I'm looking at a very big picture because I am asking my council colleagues, I am asking our administration to add another meeting, 2 meetings, however many meetings we need to have to discuss a very busy year that we have ahead of us, and ask for public participation at that time. And then again, when we have the council meetings, which by the way are 2 scheduled per month, Ms. Myers, and I think Mr. I don't want to mispronounce your name, Mr. Papasavas. We meet twice a month, 21 meetings a year. And I did ask council colleagues to be considerate of having additional meetings and these workshops. And, I'm happy that they are willing to do that. I will say that even though we serve as a part-time basis, I think my newest council colleagues can attest that this is not a part-time job. You are working all of the time, every single day. So it's not an unwillingness to serve, a matter of if you don't want to be on there, step down. We are on all of the time. It's a matter of being able to find that balance. So if I'm asking council colleagues and administrations for additional meetings so that we can have your public participation well in advance of the time it comes to make those decisions at a council meeting, it is giving the public additional opportunities, as Mr. Malanga said, an opportunity to expand, the forums wherein we discuss. And I want to I'm going to stop there because I'd like my council colleagues, should they have something they want to share, to please do so. But I want everyone to be cognizant of the fact that I understand what it looks like. And saying, this is the last thing I will say, making the allegation, however salacious it sounds, that we are pushing this through haphazardly with the agenda of executive drive being right around the corner and we just want to ram it through, is absolutely a false narrative, particularly since we're having, and again, the administration has agreed to have this discussion, something that we would probably have independent discussions about in public with your participation. So there is absolutely no agenda outside of the fact that we are in a virtual environment. Most of us spend 8 hours a day on a computer, if not more. And on these nights, I don't want my council colleagues, neither do I want myself, to make decisions at the 11th hour when everybody is exhausted, frustrated, and I would just want a fresh, clear mind. So I will leave it at that. Councilwoman Castellino, would you like to respond? You're on mute.
Oh, you're on mute, Councilwoman.
There we go. Okay. Thank you, Council President. I have to echo a lot of your comments, or support a lot of your comments. So let's look at why meetings are so long. No one is silencing anyone. It's been a very busy year. Last year, I sat in the council president's spot. I had many late meetings. We took our time. There was a pandemic going on. A lot of public information needed to be shared with the public. And especially because a lot of a good part of our public or seniors that watch our meetings, they may not be on the computer and they watch TV 3645. So we want to take our time and make sure that information is on there to help them get through a terrible time with this pandemic. And information is good. It's not just only public comment, but we also need to get out important information to the public. New projects, redevelopment. We've had a tough past couple years with negotiations, budgets to discuss, controversial ordinances. Again, we do a lot. We're a busy council, we're a large town, and we do want to hear public comment. And we also want to deliberate, because unfortunately, sometimes with public comment, comments are made by the public that us, the council people, and the administration have to clarify. We have to clarify facts. So I will take my time in clarifying of facts when it's my turn to speak and not to get cut off. But no one's trying to silence anyone. We're always available to talk to you on the phone before meeting, after meeting. Mr. Malanga mentioned dialogue. I've spoken to his wife many times with dialogue about many issues. So, we try to be available. We spend a lot of time. I know there's many nights dinner doesn't get made, or sometimes I don't get the laundry done in my house because I'm on the phone with the public. So we try to make ourselves very available. There was a comment mentioned tonight. We don't meet monthly, so that's one thing I like to straighten out. Most months we meet, every month we meet twice a month, except in the summer, and some Decembers depend when the holidays fall. But as Council President said, we try to add meetings when there's when we can do so, and where the calendar fits in, because we are mindful of many meetings. Our school board meets. They give 3 minutes for public comment. So the West Orange Board of Education allows for 3 minutes for public comment for our parents and that's helpful. I'm not going to be supportive of an hour. I think what happened here, and I talked to Mr. Kaiser when he had put together the ordinance for us, and he just makes recommendations. So later tonight, when we get to that, we could, I think most of us won't be supportive of an hour. He threw that in there, not us. And that's how the ordinances are created. And we'll have dialogue on that later. But I wouldn't want to just cut it off as at an hour. Most times, I think Mrs. Krakowiak mentioned we go an hour usually, and I have to agree with her. So I wouldn't cut anybody off. But I think 3 minutes is a good time. Most people speak for 3 minutes. Some go 5, and we've allowed, when there's not a lot of folks in the audience, to go longer and to go over the time. But again, we want to give everyone an opportunity to speak and not go to 2 o'clock in the morning as we did in December. That's what we try to do here. We try to do our best, and we try to do it well, and we try not to, hide anything. So it's really disappointing to hear those comments, but I hope I was able to educate some of the new residents this evening that called in. So I hope you call us and email us, and we'll call you back. Just send us your cell phone number. I would love to speak with you and break things down, but it is hard to break things down on a public meeting like this. So that's all I'm going to say about that. And Mr. Kaiser, thank you for putting that together, and we will tweak it later. And there was another comment I want to clarify as far as the Zoom meetings are concerned. We are on Zoom because Town Hall is not open to the public because of the pandemic. So, unfortunately, we can't see everyone. We do know how many people are speaking. I think there was like 52 people on the call this evening. Attendance is up, which is great. And when we were in Town Hall, we did have the ability to see people in the audience. So we would ask folks to be mindful and to speak, try to get everybody in. And that's why we have to keep a time limit on folks. So in regards to the Human Relations Commission, I really appreciate everyone for speaking out about that. I am totally disappointed that there has been mixed feelings on these commissions. We want residents to all enjoy the experience, and I know Pat West for a long time, and to hear it in her voice, and she serves on my Public Relations Commission. It's so true. You're serving the community, and you're serving us, the council. That's why we have a liaison and the mayor. And these commissions are from the mayor. I have, I go back and forth with this, the chair people, the commissioners, wanting to vote for someone to be the chairperson, but, also, the mayor has to also, have his input, because these commissions do serve at the, under the mayor. So I hopefully we'll talk about this later and work this out, and more importantly, have a little more consistency with all our commissions. And again, they were all devised during different times. And but I can't see how this can't work out. We want all our residents to come to our meetings and have the opportunity to make new friendships, to serve the community, and enjoy their service to the community. So we'll discuss that later. Let's see, I guess that was it. I didn't want to miss anything else. Look forward to a discussion. If we can have open space, move forward with open space for Crestmont. So we'll see how those appraisals go to see if that's possible. And just real quick, in regards to redevelopment, and I'm going to talk to, again, no one's pushing anything through quickly. I'm going to go back and talk about the old plan. And because, again, we take our time to speak because there are a lot of, misinformation that's out there in regards to talking about the plan of pilots. Right now, we have not been presented with a new pilot plan that will be on a future meeting to discuss. But again, the reason why I supported the old plan, and I'm gonna, go over this again because I don't think facts are known. These aren't just tax breaks, that, we're just not, that in order to offer redevelopment and to offer a pilot with the last plan, the township has to benefit. And if we don't benefit, then you just don't act on it. We were going to take title to 10 Rooney Circle, worth $8 million at least, that has a tenant that paid $600,000 a year that we would inherit that tenant. Plus there's room in that building for additional tenants for us to have an opportunity to make more revenue. The developer on that plan was going to give us $1.5 million to renovate the building so we'll be able to move the new library there. They were going to also build a dog park for our residents there. There's also tax appeals awards that they were going to waive, which saves the taxpayers a tremendous amount of money. Plus the big bonus was, we were able to move the library there and build a 65 unit senior citizen affordable housing at the current site. And that developer was going to give an additional $1 million for renovations for the new site. And, kudos to our library board. They have done a tremendous job with the grant and earning $3.5 million for renovation. So now we have about almost $6 million to renovate that building and move forward with a great project. So again, you don't do redevelopment without looking at all the facts. We'll see if the same plan comes forward or then may be tweaked. I'm excited to hear. And thank you, Council President, for making us have that arrangement to have more time to discuss it. And I hope the administration comes with lots of charts and information for us that we could share with the public. Because I spent this summer when I was out there campaigning and explaining to people about the old plan that they had no clue of all the benefits of it. And so I'm excited for us to have that discussion on what's going to be put to us with the new plan. And I hope the administration, like I said, has information to share with the public. And I'm going to be mindful of the time, and I took too much. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Castellino. Councilwoman McCartney.
Wow, Councilwoman Castellino, thank you so much that was quite a bit of information. And I wanted to start with saying hello to Claire and Joe. Happy to hear that you're safe and well. And all of the other comments too about reducing the time, because Council President, I know we talked about this when we were introducing this ordinance on first reading, that the intent was certainly not to limit public comment or to limit the time that the public could speak. And what I appreciate that you did just say, and actually listening to Councilwoman Castellino giving all of that information, is that if we do have these workshops, it will be that much more informative. So we'll have that much more information, which is something that we we have been striving to put information out. So I know we are not trying to limit public comment, just the time of public comment. And a couple of the things that Councilwoman Castellino mentioned, and also Councilwoman Williams, that we have telephone numbers and we are very accessible, and we spend a lot of time responding to emails. So please reach out if you have a comment or a question. We're happy to hear from people, and I do respond to every email. Unfortunately, all the ones that did come out from that advocacy group were all returned because it was not your real email. So please just talk to us. Tell us what is going on. I would like to see more workshops because that is something that I do want to see more information out. And I wanted to say that I appreciated Mr. Pages and Rabbi Rudin, Mr. Papasavis, looking for that middle ground. I think I spend so much time trying to find, maybe it's a Libra in me, but just trying to find so much time to balance and weigh what I'm reading, what I'm hearing, and just the way I think about what's in the best interest of the township. So I appreciate the comments about us looking for that. And I don't know if we talk about tweaking this ordinance, if we look at, if you want to say 3 minutes, but that there is a max of 5. I think that might be a way to balance the two. And the HRC Commission, that I do want to have that discussion. I'm glad to see that the purpose has not changed between the ordinance that is proposed and what is already codified. So I was happy to see that that has not been changed. I still think we have some discussion. And I wanted to thank Patricia West for the comment that she made, because I kept hearing, even on first reading, about being this commission to be autonomous. Autonomous means to self-regulate and to self-govern. And that's, I feel like that's not what, if the commission wants to do that, then it should become a 501c3 and then you stand alone. That to me would be autonomy. What we keep hearing right now is this should not be an autonomous commission. This is, they serve at the pleasure of the mayor, and the board members can choose their vice chair or their secretary or treasurer and revise their bylaws to include that. The mayor has 3 appointments. If the board wants to choose, I'm going to suggest that the board select one of the mayor's appointments to be the chair. Yes, this is a discussion we have when we read this ordinance, but those were some of the thoughts that I had, and I did want the public to hear comments about the HRC. And of course, they were going to be accountable. Let me just say about Ms. Rudin made a comment about the West Orange Environmental Commission having a student on the board. I do have our roster here. I did mention how we, when we were doing our council liaison announcements, I did mention how we welcomed all of our new members. We had quite a few of the students on also. And that if this ordinance is approved, the council liaison appointments are non-voting members. And I know I said that at our environmental commission meeting, that that would be my slot to put a student there. The chair of the environmental commission still is putting together the notes. We spoke this afternoon about other initiatives that were on our agenda back in January. And he is reaching out to the students to find out who would be someone that can fit that slot. So we're definitely considering that. It'd probably be for a 1-year term, because we have always had a student on our commission as a liaison from the high school. And once they graduate, we start all over. So we're pleased to see so many students involved this year, and we will look into that. And thank you to Anthony. It's probably a breath of fresh air for Anthony to be on our meeting instead of running all over the county is what he does. You never find him in his office, and just really appreciate the vaccines work at that's. I also at our council liaison announcements thank the health department, because I know that's the next step is to get the vaccines to the homebound residents that we have. And Anthony, you're talking about transportation as well for other residents. And Joe Fagan, thanks for the shoveling tips. Hopefully they can work for people to get out of their driveways. That's it. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman McCartney. Councilman Rutherford.
Good evening. Thank you, Council President. I'm going to try to make my comments as brief as possible. I want all of those commenters from the public tonight that expressed their dismay with our considering changing the rules of public comment. I do hear you. I understand both the substance and the optics. And I am willing to help lend my voice to increase public participation, both in these meetings and outside of these meetings. I want the public to know that our council president has spoken with, I believe, each of us about it. And one of the ways that she is addressing additional comment is through adding these workshops. So there will be additional opportunities to speak. But again, I am for more public comment and less from us. My suggestions, I'll bring up all of my suggestions when we get to that later. But we do hear you, and we will have a robust debate during this council meeting at the appropriate time. Ms. Malanga, Sally Malanga, made a comment regarding our requiring LEED certification for all buildings in town, especially the ones at Executive Drive, which are a topic of discussion tonight. I do agree. If you were present at the last council meeting, I tried to get that certification to be a requirement for Executive Drive. I do believe that was voted down 4-1, or at least there were 4 in opposition to that. I could be wrong, so please correct me if I am. But when we tried to make that, oh, that's right, I'm sorry, that is right, Council President, 3-2. When we tried to get that done, I just want to be clear. I believe it was Councilwoman McCartney earlier said that we cannot impose LEED. I don't know that that is accurate. And if we cannot impose LEED, then we need to be LEED certification, then we need to be expeditious about creating an ordinance that allows us to impose that. But it was my understanding as of our last council meeting that we could have required that, and I think we should. Regarding the HRC, most of the commenters, in fact, all of the commenters except one, were in favor of allowing the board members to elect their own council, their own chair. I think we need to be honest about what's happening here, and politics are being played, not by the minority voice on tonight, not by the majority voices on this public comment tonight, but by the minority voice. The HRC's work is too important to allow folks to disrupt, to slow down, to intimidate, or otherwise impede the progress of that commission. And there is an individual who is doing exactly that. And that's why we're getting this level of pushback from one individual in particular. So I'm not going to listen to that individual. I have no desire. I know this individual, and I'm being kind by not naming this individual, but I have no desire to take advice from someone I have a personal understanding is interested in disrupting and injecting politics in a place that it does not belong. The Human Relations Commission is charged with building equity for all members of this community. That is not something to be played with. That work is too important to allow anyone or any group to override it, undermine it, or derail it. So I am grateful that this has been thought through well. I am grateful for the work of the commissioners that happened long before this individual decided to raise their voice. And I think that what has happened so far has been thoughtful, has been considered, and their work should be supported. And that's exactly what I plan to do. I want to apologize to the Our Green West Orange group. They had a meeting last night. I could not attend. I wanted to attend, and I do plan to make a regular presence at your meetings, but I did have another commitment. So I do apologize for not being there last night. I think with regard to Executive Drive, we're going to discuss that later, so I'll bring my additional comments at that time. Do want to thank Mr. Puglisi and also Mr. Fagan for their comments tonight. And that does it for me, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Rutherford. Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you so much, Council President. I want to first thank each of our residents who took time out of their busy schedules this evening to make their commentary heard on our Zoom call town council meeting. Thank you. With that, I want to acknowledge, based on my count, which of course I do not attest that it is perfect. So if I am in error, please forgive me. But what I have calculated this evening is that we had 21 speakers. 4 of those speakers spoke for over 3 minutes. Personally, I have attended the last 3 years of council meetings. I have probably missed 3 per year at max in any one of those given years. And with that, I am very comfortable in making a statement that most people who do come to town council meetings do not speak for the complete 5 minutes. I also want to point out that the average amount of time is less than 3 minutes. And again, I am a witness to what has occurred in the past 3 years. With that, there has been some challenges to the public comment portion of the ordinance. And I just want to read for those who were in question. All public comment shall be completed within 1 hour, 60 minutes in order to allow the council to complete its business agenda within a reasonable period of time and at a reasonable hour. Within that overall limitation, each member of the public wishing to speak shall do so through the council president after stating their name and address for the 3 minutes. The council president, as presiding officer, shall have the discretion to permit up to additional minute for an individual and up to 5 minutes overall, but then any further extension shall be done based on a motion and a 2/3 vote of the council members present. Each council member, including the council president, may respond to the public. So the statements that insinuate that we are trying to silence the public are absolutely incorrect. What we are trying to do is find ways that we can engage the public, encourage the public to participate. I heard note that someone saw the link to this town council meeting on Facebook. I personally posted on my Facebook pages, personal Facebook pages, council Facebook pages, information so that we can continue to engage the public. I ran on the platform that I wanted to support the community and be their voice. So I do find it uncomfortable to be accused of trying to silence our community. That is not my intent. Intent is important. Optics are important. Optics and image is everything. So that's why I want to clarify what my intent was when I made the recommendation to reduce commentary from the public to 3 minutes. I also want to support the fact that in this ordinance change, while we are making that recommendation based on the actual time that residents respond to public comment or during or in public comment, we have not diminished the ability for someone to continue to speak according to this ordinance. You have, with the permission of the council president, up to the 5 minutes, and even in excess of that, with a majority vote of your council colleague, elected officials. So to those comments that we are trying to silence the public, we don't want to hear the public, I want to also remind the public that every day I respond to emails from the public, as well as conversations with the public. So there are so many different platforms that are available for you all to reach out to us. I know that I am personally committed to being responsive. I am only going to speak for me. So as your council and elected official, it is by no means or intent to reduce or ignore or not hear your voice. What we want to do is make these meetings more efficient and effective. And if there are other means that can be utilized for you all to reach out to us and let us know your sentiment how you would like for us to respond, by all means, please do so. I personally will be holding open forums for anyone who is a resident that has a concern with something going on in West Orange. I will be available. So again, please know that this change is about efficiency. It is not anything to do with silencing the public. I also want to make a few comments on the Human Relations Commission as your outgoing and immediate past chair. So we've had a couple of representatives this evening who continue to serve on the commission to come forward and speak about the ordinance changes with the commission and the selection of the chair being appointed from within, an internal decision. What I want to continue to reiterate about the commission is that each of us, elected officials, your council representatives, have 2 appointments and the mayor has 3. So with that, what I would like to suggest is that it is not a commission that is only responsive to the mayor. The HRC is responsive to each of us as elected officials. We appoint you, as well as to the administration. So with that, what I do find a little disappointing from the community, from the public, and even from this ordinance, and of course we will get to discuss this on second reading, is that what the intent and appearance, the same concept that we have spoken to as far as silencing the public, is the appearance of silencing the mayor. So again, I speak to the fact that if we are going to look at our ordinances, look at our commissions and boards, that we don't need to cherry pick which commission that we want to change. We need to do an overall reevaluation of our commission and boards, and they need to be consistent. And so with that, unless they are led by an ordinance that stipulates how they function, I submit to you that each of our commissions and boards need to have consistency and function in the same capacity. With that, I want to also speak to executive drive. I think that that will be under discussion. I want to just thank those who have taken an opportunity to express their sentiments. And I also want to point out the fact that dialogue, again, it just occurs in so many opportunities. So, you know, residents, West Orange, please don't feel that because we are trying to accomplish a meeting in what should be not an extraordinary amount of time because of the business that the administration sets before us is urgent, important, and necessary. And so for us to try and suggest that as the council representatives that you have elected to serve, that we should not take an opportunity to deliberate on those issues and just say to the administration, we're going to put you off until another time, doesn't make the best use of our time. So I would pause on that recommendation and suggestion. Certainly council president can create the agenda with consideration to the time. But again, if it is business that we need to deliberate on, again, it is our obligation to do so. So those are just the things that I wanted to comment on based on the suggestions that were made. And then just to remind our residents, whether you are new to West Orange, whether you are new to these meetings, whether you are, however your role is in participation, please just remember to be kind. We don't want to be attacked. It is not our desire to serve to be attacked. While you may not understand some of the logic behind the motivating factors that bring us to our deliberative processes, again, I encourage you to pick up the phone and have those conversations. But to come on these type of calls and criticize your elected officials of having ulterior motives and not wanting to serve the public, I don't think any of us campaigned, ran, or do this because of the compensation, because it is basically insignificant. It is because we want to improve the community that we live in. And so to that point, again, I just ask that you be kind. You know, you don't have to criticize us and say we're doing things with underhanded intentions. That is not why we serve. That is not why any person chooses to run for public office. So I just remind us that if you are uncertain about our intentions, certainly pick up the phone and have a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Williams, and to my colleagues, thank you for your time and expressions in response to our residents who have also taken the time to communicate their thoughts. I do want to remind the public that you are able to email the council by our address, council@westorange.org. West Orange is spelled out, council@westorange.org, should you wish to reach us. And also wanted to say, with respect to ordinances, right, which are the laws that we discuss and we will be discussing later, when it comes to second reading, there is still 5 minutes that the public is entitled to during public comment for each ordinance that's on our agendas. And so I just wanted to be clear on that when it comes to the ordinances, there is 5 minutes for each ordinance for public comment that you will be continue to be provided that opportunity to speak at. Also, I did just want to circle back because out of consideration for some of our council colleagues who have experienced loss due to COVID, with respect to the Zoom, it's a matter of not trying to be non-transparent. It's a matter of trying to do what we can as members of this community to stay safe. So the option to do Zoom and not in person is still only a matter of a health concern for each one of us. So I just wanted to give that consideration to my council colleague who has, and a couple of our council members have had a loss, and I just wanted to give that deference to say that to them. It's not a matter of not wanting to see the public, but a matter of public safety. And to that, we will close public comment and move on to the business of our agenda. Madam Clerk?
Yes. Okay, so consent agenda, approval of minutes of previous meeting, public meeting, January 26, 2021.
Consent.
Report of township officers, none. Reading of petitions and communications and bids. Planning Board Resolution 21-02, recommending that the Township Council adopt the Executive Drive Rooney Circle non-condemnation redevelopment plan dated February 1st, 2021 for Block 155, Lot 40-02, Lot 4202, and Lot 4102.
Madam Clerk, I know that this is something that the council would want to have discussion on. Is it okay to move on to a consent agenda and come back to?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do I have council? Do we need to hold the council?
Is everyone in favor of that? Is anyone opposed? Okay, so we'll come back to that.
Thank you very much, council colleagues and Madam Clerk.
Madam Clerk, before you move on, I'm sorry, just there have been a few people throughout your statements that have re-raised their hand or have raised their hand for the first time. And I just wanted to know if either the clerk or the president can make a comment about that. So I don't want anyone to think that I'm ignoring them.
Okay. No. Thank you, Lauren. Unfortunately, members of the public, our public comment period has closed, and unfortunately, for those who spoke the first time, you're not able to speak a second time. And for those who were not able to participate in public comment, please do feel free to communicate with us via email or phone. I'm sure we will each get back to you with and address any concerns that you have. But at this time, public comment is closed. Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you.
Bills, there are no bills this evening. Resolutions, Council President, are any resolutions being pulled this evening?
I don't have any resolutions being pulled. However, I did want to ask Mr. Gross to please just go over a resolution for the public's information, which is item F 3321. Mr. Gross? Is Mr. Gross still on? Oh,
Should be.
Yes, I'm
Yes,
here.
he is.
Oh, I'm
There
here.
he is. There he is.
I'm just maneuvering screens here, so I apologize.
Thank you.
Um,
So this is the resolution authorizing the execution of an agreement of sale and purchase for the township to sell the sole developing 17 units of affordable housing on the property.
yeah, this is where we're basically subrogating our interest in that property. We have an interest by virtue of the owner of the property being required to maintain affordable housing over a period of time, a quite long period of time. And as part of that purpose, as when they do a refinance, just like someone refinances their home, our interest moves up when a mortgage is paid off that's ahead of us. So in this case, we would be agreeing to keep our interest at the level that it currently is, so that the property owner can finance the purchase or the maintenance of the property as it is. So this is a relevant. We do this often, much lower scale. With our rehabilitation program, we give funds to property owners, and we take a lien against the property for those funds. And then when they go to refinance their house, they need us to maintain our status of our place in line, if you will, with other lenders. So this is to some extent some level of housekeeping.
Thank you, Mr. Gross. Did my council colleagues have any questions on that or any other resolution? I'm scrolling back through now. Okay. I'm seeing everyone nod their heads no.
Okay, so with the removal of 6A, the planning board resolution, which you're going to discuss, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is implemented.
For the council members, Madam President, they did add the new feature in Zoom on the update for the panelists also have the raise the hand feature at the bottom, which will then manipulate their box to your screen. And then they'll have a little hand in the corner. So
cute.
That might also help if you can't see them. If they push the button, it kind of alerts you that they're raising their hand.
Awesome. Thank you so very much for that. Okay, council colleagues, I know that there is to be a discussion with respect to the Planning Board Resolution 2102, which is the recommendation that the Township Council adopt the resolution from the Planning Board. Mr. Trank, you are not on mute. Thank you. So I understand that this resolution has incorporated the amendment that was requested by Councilman Rutherford, not specifically the lead, but there was an amendment that was included as per your request, Councilman Rutherford. So if you would like to speak on that and your position with respect to the lead certification on this.
Thank you, Council President. So, obviously I wanted and to require the developer to seek lead certification. I understand that we are requiring them to accomplish a certain number of the items in the LEED certification. My stance is that LEED is the gold standard. It is what all the other communities that incorporate that kind of thing look to, and I think it's something that we should do as well. And I know this is the second reading. I don't know that it's even possible to change it, but I do think if we're going to be, we're nestled in these hills. Everyone here loves the quality of life that this natural environment provides, and this is one of the ways that we can seek to maintain it, not just with this property, but with all properties. Is my comment just limited to the LEED at this time?
Well, we're just talking about, no, just limited to this resolution that we're talking about. Absolutely. I wanted just to respond with respect to that particular lead comment. As you know, I supported your motion to have that included in this, and having done some further research, understanding that including it, even if we did decide to include it, there's no real avenue for enforcement because our ordinance doesn't speak to it. And I would like us to continue to have this discussion on how we change our ordinance moving forward to include that lead language. I think that we should also understand, though, that it wouldn't be applicable to this particular development because it just is not presently in our ordinance, and it would just open us up to potential litigation from a developer. But certainly want to continue that conversation because, as you know, we do have several projects on the horizon, and it would be a good time to have that discussion with the planning board, with the environmental commission as well. I would think, but that was just my position with respect to requirement of that LEED certification for this particular project.
So to that point, Council President, I think you bring up a very important point about enforcement. And can we get it so that we can see everybody again? Because I can't see you guys.
Sure.
I can only
On gallery view.
I don't
A lot
have
of the
that
time, a lot of the times it's when I share, it changes your view.
Got it. Thank you.
No problem.
So to that point about enforcement, I don't know how it has been done in the past, and I'm not critical of that at all. Going forward, I think it's important that when we require developers to adhere to a certain set of standards, that as they are going through, we make sure that they are actually honoring it. And I don't know what the mechanism is for that. I don't know if we have some review as they are, if there are, I know when you do it at your home, different, they come out and inspect as they're going to the electrician signs off and the plumbing signs off. So I don't know what that mechanism is for development. And, I'm new to this, so please forgive me. But we need to be able to make sure that they're honoring every one of those commitments. Now, to your point about LEED certification, I thought the purpose of having an area in need of redevelopment was so that we had, the ability to influence how that development went. And so if that is the case, and we are able to require LEED certification, and Mr. Kaiser, or Mr. Trank, or whomever may be able to chime in and let me know, or let everyone know. But if we are able to require it, not only should we require it, but we should have a mechanism in place to make sure that they honor it. Not just that LEED has certified it, but along the way that we are satisfied that they're making sufficient progress. And I hope I captured that adequately.
I think so. I don't know, Mr. Kaiser, if you're able to respond to that, or Mr. Trank, or Mr.
Yeah, I'm gonna defer to Rich, obviously, one, because he's the town attorney, but also because he's the one who's been involved with the redevelopment. So it looks like he's still on. So
yeah, I am. I'm sorry. I just had to take a call. So just somebody's got to bring me up to speed as to the issue.
So we're I'm wondering if, because we are looking to name this as an area in need of redevelopment, I think the purpose of doing that is so that the town has a seat at the table, so to speak, so that we can influence how that development is done. If that's the case, can we require LEED? Are we able to require LEED certification as one of those things that they must meet because they've gotten this, because we have this designation?
So are you talking about town-wise or with regard to this plan?
With regard to the executive drive plan.
Yeah, you have to vote it down, the plan before you, and then send it back to the planning board for consideration. So, I mean, the plan that's on for second reading tonight that we talked about 2 weeks ago, we made the one amendment that Councilman McCartney wanted. We did not add LEED. Remember it has the points in there, 20 of the 29 that we talked about. But we can't make that change on second reading because it would be a substantial revision.
Okay, so just for my point of clarification, if we were to have done that, how do we enforce it? And how do we then, or even changing that question, how do we enforce the 20 of the 29? How do we make sure that they actually honor?
Oh, that's easy. That's a no-brainer. The planning board will not give site plan approval. As you know, once the plan is adopted, then it's basically an overlay zone, okay? And that is the basically permitted use. So then when the developer is designated, which has not occurred yet, then they have to go to the planning board for preliminary and site plan and final site plan. So at that level, they bring fully engineered drawings, and there's a technical review that occurs before the planning board, and basically the town's planners and everybody else involved testifies or submits reports to the planning board as to whether or not the plans show the requirements.
And then at the end, there's a final review, or are there reviews along the way?
Absolutely, every step of the way. This will be the most supervised project, just like every other project in town. If the way it works, and again, Mr. Lepore, I think, is on this call, and he could give you more of the way it rolls out. But when the plans are approved, that's all that Mr. Tracy, when they come in for their building permits, every step of the way, it's inspected. Every permit that's issued has to be in conformance with those plans. And Mr. Tracy shuts down jobs all the time that deviate from the approvals. That's his job. And the zoning official, Ms. Gary Adams, does that also. So, but Mr. Lepore is somewhere in cyberspace, and he could probably give you a little more of how it actually occurs. But I can tell you, I've gotten those calls at Fridays at 3 p.m. where there's an issue, and the construction official will do everything from red stickering, or whatever the right terminology is, a job, to having the police come and remove people from a site. So you don't have to worry that whatever gets approved is what's built. And they never will get a final CO or even a temporary CO if it's not in full conformance with what was approved by the planning board and what's on those plans.
So at every single development, we've had a final site plan review that has ensured that all the elements have been met.
Again, Mr. Lepore is on this call. Again, I've only been around, 22 years, but I can tell you,
I'm not talking
when I've been involved, you don't have to, I'm telling you, giving you my best information. My information is that our construction official, our zoning official, our township engineer, and everyone else. Keep in mind, these projects, it's not just our oversight, but bank financing and all of those aspects, there are architects and engineers, not only for the developer, but for the town, who are going over these things every step of the way. But again, I would yield to Mr. Lepore, and obviously we can certainly provide for you. I can set up meetings for you tomorrow morning with Mr. Lepore and Mr. Tracy, so you can understand how that works.
Mr. Trank's absolutely correct. I mean, keep in mind, although we employ the construction official, he's actually an agent of the state. So his job is to make sure that that is his job, to make sure that whatever construction goes on in town is compliant with the approved plans from the planning board. So,
All right, I'm satisfied with that question, with that answer rather. Should we continue?
Yes, please.
All right, so, for, and this is a matter of public record, so I want to make sure that these things are captured. I think that the arguments against LEED certification were at least primarily because of the expense to the developer. And I don't think we should ever worry about that. I think, we should, worry about what the standard's going to be for the community and let the developers figure out how to meet that. Getting to the actual language in the plan, in this resolution, in the third paragraph, it says, the planning board and town council caused Susan Gruhl to conduct a preliminary investigation to determine whether the study area should be designated an area in need of redevelopment. I know that it's a preliminary investigation, but this is the second preliminary investigation. And I know that's not captured in here, the history of that. So, I don't know how we can capture it other than saying it in a public meeting that is being recorded, that this is the second preliminary investigation. And it is a second because the first one, the first designation was stricken down by court. I'm trying to read my notes now. In the fifth paragraph, public hearings on November 18th and 19th, in which the planning board provided an opportunity to hear all persons who were interested in or would be affected by the determination of the study, that the study area is a non-condemnation redevelopment area. While they were allowed to have questions, as some of the public commenters stated tonight, those questions were not always answered. The opportunity to have Ms. Gruhl question directly was not provided, although the opportunity to have Mr. Malanga's planner question directly was provided. And I just wanted to capture that in a matter of public record because it's not in this resolution anywhere, and that gets to the process that we've gone through to get here. Those are the only comments that I wanted to make at this time. I may have one more. I have two more, but they are not for this forum.
Thank you, Councilman Rutherford. Did any of my other council colleagues have any questions or make any comments with respect to this resolution that recommends the adoption of the planning board resolution for Executive Drive?
No.
Well, I just wanted to make a comment about what Councilman Rutherford just said about the planning board did not, how do I say it? You said that it was because of the expense. That was not the reason why the planning board is not. We are pushing toward LEED. We are not requiring LEED because we cannot supersede the state uniform code. Plus, we don't have the ordinances in place for all of those design standards that are in there. So we're giving them some flexibility, but it was certainly not because of whatever the expense is to the developer. That was not the reason for not having the LEED certification. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Councilwoman McCartney. Madam Clerk?
Okay, is there a motion? I don't know if I guess I'm approving this. Is there a motion to approve the Planning Board Resolution 2102?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
No.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President Matute Brown?
Yes.
Okay, now we're on to ordinances on second and final reading. Ordinance 2627-21, an ordinance authorizing the offer by private sale of the property at block 175.13, lot 3, on the Township of West Orange tax map to the adjacent property owners pursuant to the local lands use and building law. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
So move.
Second.
Who seconded that? I'm sorry.
Councilwoman Williams.
Tammy.
Oh, thank you. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Matute Brown.
Yes.
Okay, this is the time for the public comment for the public.
Yes. Lauren, can you ask if anyone would like to speak on this ordinance?
Well, you just did. No. Yes, at any if anyone in the public would like to speak on this ordinance, now would be this time. You can use the raise your hand function. And there are no takers.
Thank you. Madam Clerk,
Does the council have any comment?
does the council? No. Thank you.
Is there a motion to adopt 2627-21?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Matute Brown.
Yes.
Ordinance 2628-21, an ordinance authorizing the offer by private sale of the property at block 175.13, lot 4 on the Township of West Orange tax map to the adjacent property owners pursuant to the local lands use and building law. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
So move.
Second.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Matute Brown.
Yes.
Okay.
Is there anyone in public that would like to speak on this ordinance?
And we have no one raising their hand.
Okay.
Thank you. Council colleagues, anyone have any comments?
I just have a point of clarification. So are we asking the public to speak before we make our vote, or are we asking them after?
We vote to introduce on second and final reading, then the public has the right to speak on the ordinance, and then the council speaks on the ordinance, and then you make your final vote, whether or not to adopt or not.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Okay, is there a motion to adopt 2628-21?
So move.
Second.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Matute Brown.
Yes.
Okay. Ordinance 2629-21. Mr. Lepore asked that the council table this resolution until February 23rd. I don't know if you want to, Mr. Lepore, would you like to explain?
Sure. We normally give notice, particularly for a traffic regulation of this magnitude, to the local residents as well as people who park on the street. The snowstorm of last week put a damper on our ability to do that. So I'm just asking that it be tabled to the next meeting, and I will make sure that barring any significant snowstorms, that the residents on Ashland Avenue between Park Avenue and Lakeside Avenue and Charles Street, as well as those that park on those streets, are notified.
Thank
So,
you.
Do we
Is
need
there
a motion
A
for that?
motion to
yes,
table?
is there a motion?
I make a motion to table.
Okay,
Second.
okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Matute Brown.
Yes.
Okay. 2630-21, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 7, Traffic, subsection 7-32.2, restricted parking zones of the revised general ordinances of West Orange, 571 Valley Road, and 8 Cross Street. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
So move.
Second.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Matute Brown.
Yes. Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak on this ordinance?
And we have no one raising their hand.
Thank you, Lauren. Do my council colleagues have any comments? Councilwoman Castellino.
I just want to just check with Mr. Lepore, if notice, I assume notice was properly given here, snow or no snow, for
That was not an issue. Typically, when it's a stall such as these that is going to be in front of somebody's home, I don't give notice to the public, but certainly the residents who benefit from this are aware.
Okay.
And the ordinances are advertised as well in full in the newspaper.
Okay. Oh, no, okay. I thought these stalls were also noticed while other given to the immediate neighbors because it does affect their parking situation. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't change the number of stalls. It just specifically allows a resident to park in front of their home.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other council colleagues have a question or comment? Madam Clerk, please.
Is there a motion to approve 2630-21?
So move.
Second.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Matute Brown.
Yes.
2631-21, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 2, Section 51 of the General Ordinances of the Township of West Orange entitled Human Relations Commission. Is there a motion to adopt, to introduce on second and final reading?
So move.
Second.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Matute Brown.
Yes. At this time, if there is any members of the public that want to speak on this ordinance, this is the time to do so.
And nobody has raised their hand.
Thank you. Council colleagues, any discussion that you would wish to have? I know Councilwoman Castellino, you mentioned earlier you had a suggestion or recommendation.
Yeah, I've been going back and forth with this one recently. I didn't get a chance to do much due diligence on it when it first came up for first reading. But I've had a discussion with the mayor today, and I had asked him if he could maybe have a discussion with the commissioners, or I just don't want to, we have a process in place. And no disrespect to everybody who worked on what they worked on, but I just don't want to go there. We haven't had issues in the past. I don't think this is political. The mayor makes these recommendations. Because I was going to recommend that the chairs vote and then the mayor has to approve it, but it's kind of the same thing anyway. I don't know. I like to hear what my colleagues like to think. I just can't see this not being worked out amongst the body itself. So, and with the mayor, with dialogue from the mayor with them, I'd like to see that happen first before I would move forward with changing this. I also like to remain consistent. That's the other issue also. Our other ordinances, most of them that have the mayor approves the chair, or he, some cases, depending on the ordinance, he picks, I think the rent levying control is a township employee. Again, I like to remain consistent with these ordinances, so I just,
I will say that I also had a conversation with the mayor earlier today, and trying to find a middle ground, because ultimately I think we all agree that what we want is for this commission to be able to be successful, to work cohesively as a unified entity. And I do want to just be sure to clarify that this wasn't a cherry-picked ordinance. This came from the commissioners themselves. They brought this ordinance, they emailed it back in September, and I shared it with then Council President Castellino. It just wasn't on the agenda at that time. I told them I would support their putting it on the agenda for discussion, and I would support the changes that they were asking for, because it was born of them. In speaking to the mayor today, he did share, because in talking to him, having the members elect their chair, and he approving that election is something that happens at the library board. So there is precedent set there, and he would be comfortable with that. You know, so I told him that because it was just something that I suggested, and this was as a result of Councilwoman Castellino and my conversation earlier, you know, I was going to suggest that we table this so that he has that opportunity to have a conversation with, I understand that he has had some conversations with some of the commissioners, but he wanted some time to process following along the same lines as the library board, where they do elect their own chair, and you know, he does sign off on it. I 100% support the change. As I stated earlier, you know, my run for council was because I did start my engagement in the HRC, and felt that there was a lot, you know, lacking by way of the support for the ordinance itself, with educational programs. And, you know, while the HRC is accountable to the mayor, you know, whether it's this mayor or another mayor, it certainly depends on that mayor, what programs, right, and the council, what programs are able to be held. And I think that there is you know, some deference that's given in that regard to what happens and what doesn't happen as far as programming is concerned. So I do think that the municipality as a whole has grown as we're working towards building more inclusive, racially inclusive communities. I certainly want that to continue, and I think that the HRC should be at the forefront of that continued change, and effectuate educational programming for the community, for the municipality themselves. So I would support them electing amongst themselves and having the mayor sign off on that. If that's something that the council would like to consider the mayor to do, that would be fine as well. I'm fine either way, either having that discussion with you here or tabling it for the mayor to have an opportunity to have that discussion. Councilwoman McCartney, I saw your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I know I said a bit before at our public comment or after public comment, and I did speak to my appointments, and they are long-serving appointments. But I'm still getting the impression, and even just what you just said, that if this ordinance was established or created by the commissioners, we have new appointments here on this commission. So as much as I appreciate the fact that the purpose has remained the same, I really do appreciate that. And now that we do have new commissioners to this, I would hope that they just abide by the ordinance as it has been codified. If you want to table it and have the mayor have more discussions, I would appreciate that. But if the and a couple of the emails that I received also, I'm still going back to that autonomy, and autonomy means to self-govern and self-legislate.
Yeah.
And all members should be abiding by the purpose of this ordinance. So I'm still conflicted by what the purpose of this change is, because if the commissioners are putting this forward, then I have to go back to, then it should be a 501c3 if they want to have that much autonomy. And I would like to see, and I know I said this on first reading too, I would like to see all of our ordinance being consistent throughout the town. I get, you know, I'm not supporting this because I believe that the mayor should appoint the chair. If he wants to have a further discussion, then I would table it.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Williams, I saw your hand up.
Yes, thank you so much. So, you know, I'm the elephant in the room because I'm the outgoing chair. So while we continue to pretend to have a discussion that this is not targeted, that's not real. You know, I served as the chairwoman for the past 4 years, and I agree. You did make your entrance as a member or participant in the HRC. I don't think we need to rehash the details of my entrance 4 years ago and how I came to be appointed as the chair. But what I can attest to is that I have had a very few, if actually zero people who have challenged the operational dynamics of the HRC, the mission and the purpose of the HRC. So while I sit here as your elected official, your most recent elected official, and your immediate past chairwoman of the Human Relations Commission, you know, it is interesting to me how we can continue to suggest, have conversation, that this is the will of the HRC. The HRC never, I resigned as chairwoman 12/31/2020. Today is February 9th, 2021. The commission has met on 3 occasions in 2021. And so at no time in 2020 did the commission bring to the table, it's not in the minutes, it is not a motion, it was never a concern to have the mayor appointment removed as a portion of how this commission operated. So I'm going to address absolutely what is incorrect information that is being communicated in this meeting, in the previous meeting. Never on the agenda, never was the removal of the chairperson being appointed by the mayor. So these are conversations, when we say that these are conversations that the HRC has had, I challenge, when was it had? Was it had by 2 or 3 people? Because we appointed a task force to this commission to identify what the mission and purpose was post the Black Lives Matter movement that happened in July of 2020. And again, I submit, this was never on the agenda. This was never a decision that was made by the entire commission. This was an assignment that was put off to a task force that was never delivered the bylaws, the mission, or the goals of the commission. What was presented to them was, this is what we want to change. As it was to you, Council President, this is what we want to change. But this isn't a we situation. So I just want to clarify the record and make sure we are all on the same page, not misinformation, but absolutely correct information. I asked you and council and our council clerk if we could have the annual report. The annual report for the past 4 years has been submitted to the council. It's been presented to the council. It's been a summary, executive summary, that indeed has taken less than 3 minutes to present. And it has been an overview of the council, the next steps, of the commission, the next steps that are intended for the upcoming year, and typically and ask for an increase in the budget. So I have to agree that the information that we're discussing, the commentary, I don't understand why it's being, pushed forward, where the motivating factor is, but it's neither here nor there. What I suggest is that we revamp all of our commissions so that they are consistent. We don't need to have one commission function in one way and another commission and function in another way if it's not a statutory requirement. So I implore that we not only look at the HRC and how it's governed, but we look at all of our commissions. They are advisory bodies. They have no authority. So we're giving a tremendous amount of time and energy to a commission that is just simply an advisory board. I think we need to revamp our entire commissions and boards so that they have a similar function, so that there is no question or discrepancy in how they will function. And with that, I just suggest that why would we want to have a body of this significance that doesn't work in concert with the mayor and the administration? The mayor appoints almost every board and or commission chairperson. To have the HRC on a separate agenda and not in alignment with the council and the administration doesn't make a tremendous amount of sense. The mayor, who is the elected official and head of our community, should have the authority to appoint every commission chairperson that serves under his tenure. And I don't think it has anything to do with who the mayor is, simply that should just be an opportunity that that person receives. He should have an administration, a body that is in alignment with his goals. What we are opening a door to is to have an independent, autonomous body that is funded by the administration. And while we are looking to project long-term goals and changes, we need to also consider the danger in what we're proposing. I don't know any leader of any organization, any corporation, or any government entity that would want their hands tied because they can't put into place people that they work with. And so I just question the legitimacy, the purpose and the motivation behind this ordinance change, and why we aren't looking to change all of our ordinances to be more consistent. I think it is our responsibility as a council, when we make changes, for them to be consistent and effective, and for us to not look at an immediate ordinance, but for us to look at all the ordinance that may effectively be impacted by these type of decisions. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilman Rutherford.
So thank you, Council President. I'm a little confused. I thought these recommendations did come from the task force that Councilwoman Williams just referenced. Is that not accurate?
So as far as I understand, there is a timeline that was provided to all council members from the HRC commissioners of the task force, outlining when they started this process. And like I said before, it's not, the fact that it wasn't on an HRC agenda, I'm not attending every meeting, so I can't tell you whether it was or not. I can tell you that it was submitted to me, and I submitted it to Councilwoman, then Council President Castellino in September, and it did not get on the agenda. So this is not something that, again, the cherry picking, the looking at one ordinance. If any commission or advisory board comes to any one of us seeking assistance in changing their structure, it's incumbent upon us to bring it to the rest of the council members, which is what I did when I shared it with Councilwoman Castellino immediately in September. again, since it didn't get on the agenda, I put it on the agenda because I believe that they need the opportunity to be able to work cohesively. The fact that, you know, and I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off, Ms. Councilman Rutherford. So to answer your questions, I understand it, yes.
Thank you. So I'm in favor of you know, honoring the will of the body that has been doing the work. I know that there's a question with regard to consistency by Councilwoman McCartney and Councilwoman Williams, and I completely agree. We should examine each of these. We're not going to do all of them at the same time. There has to be some process, some flow, some ability to kind of process the information and move through the various commissions. But I can also say that on the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board, we're doing the exact same thing. We are allowing, encouraging, and as it's this week, I think it's tomorrow night actually, we have a meeting, and we expect to elect a chair. So, you know, the consistency piece, I don't disagree, and I don't think that taking an action tonight violates the consistency, but I do also want to remark that each of these commissions are different. So, you know, what happens at Open Space and Rec, for example, is different, and the requirements and the authority is different than the HRC or the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board or many of the others. What should happen at the Rent Leveling Board is different than what would happen on the Downtown West Orange Alliance, for example. So while there should be some consistency, there is no one template, one model that can be applied to each one because their roles and responsibilities are different. And then with regard to the independent body that is funded by the administration, I don't think anyone is suggesting that we go that far, but that's not unprecedented. It's my understanding that other towns have similar bodies that are designed to promote equity, fairness, diversity, and inclusion, to really deal with the difficult challenges in town, that are fully independent, have their own 501c3, and receive funding from local government. I'm not suggesting that. I just don't want it to seem as if that is something that's far-fetched. So the direction that we're going in, I think, is not really progressive. I mean, this is moderate. This is incremental change. And last thing I'll say is, look, the mayor gets elected and he has or she has a different responsibility than the council members, and no one wants to undermine the mayor. When I was approached with the idea that the mayor would have the ability to approve, I thought that was a good way to honor both the mission of the HRC as well as the advice and recommendation of the commissioners, as well as the authority of the mayor. He certainly has 3 appointees, while council members get 2. But you know, he or she, that office, whoever holds that seat, should have some influence and you know, outsized influence over in relation to the council. So no one disputes that. In this particular situation, the Human Relations Commission is charged with making sure we have equity. One of the commenters earlier tonight, one of the commenters that I did not agree with just about everything else they said, but one thing I did agree with is that, you know, diversity is being asked to the table. I don't know how this particular individual characterized it. Inclusion is having your voice heard, having the influence, and equity is having a fair or equal say based on your representation. So the HRC is charged with that, and we still have real difficulty with inclusion and equity. That's just the reality. When we look at the vendors in town and the racial makeup of the vendors in town, And Councilwoman Williams and I have talked about this. We we don't have an inclusive contractor pool. We don't have a very inclusive workforce in town. It is just a fact. So there is some work that needs to be done there, and that work needs to be done in a way that it has to come from a place that is empowered and able to actually get that work done. And I think that's why the commissioners made these recommendations. And if they're the ones doing the work and they're making the recommendations, I think it's incumbent upon us to take that seriously and then to act on it. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Rutherford. So I'm going to, because like I said earlier, starting this conversation, since I did have the conversation with the mayor, I am going to ask to table this to give him the opportunity to have a discussion with the HRC and hopefully come to an agreement with how they move forward in electing and he, signing off on that election. I'm surprised, incredibly surprised that we are having so, someone said it earlier, so much vitriol over a discussion over the Human Relations Commission. I only want to see their success. I only want to see them assist us in moving the township forward and building more racially inclusive communities. This is nothing to do with tying the mayor's hands, this mayor, the next mayor's hands with anything, because anything that they do, they have to be accountable. Like Commissioner West stated earlier, they are accountable. They're accountable to the council members who appoint them, and they're accountable to the mayor as well. So there is no danger in them electing their leadership. We've all been involved in organizations before where who better knows leadership than those who participate in those organizations, those who show up, those who do the work. And to me, I am going to take the lead of those commissioners who have been particularly longstanding commissioners who have committed just by the very fact that they continue to show up and try to do the work. As challenging as the work is, because it is dealing with racism and equity issues is not an easy feat for anyone. I'm going to defer that what their needs are what they're expressing them to be, because they are in those seats and they have been the ones trying to get this work done. So in deference to my conversation to the mayor, I will ask that for a motion to table this, to give the mayor an opportunity, and hopefully we can find a medium ground for this commission, which I will have to continue to say did this on their own, sans motivation from me or anyone else, because they're the ones that are in those seats. Clearly there are things they feel that they can improve, and who are we to stop them from improving the work that they are doing or trying to do that moves our community forward. So I am going to ask for a motion to table this until the mayor has an opportunity to have that discussion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino.
You're on mute, Councilwoman.
Right, I had to mute people. There was a lot of background noise before, so just check your mutes, everyone.
You're muted.
Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
there you go. You're good.
Yes.
Okay. Yes to table.
Okay, Councilwoman McCartney,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
No.
Council President Matute Brown.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, next ordinance is 2632-21, an ordinance of the Township of West Orange adopting a redevelopment plan relating to the Executive Drive Rooney Circle development area. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
So move.
Second.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
No.
Councilwoman Williams,
No.
Council President Matute Brown.
Yes.
Okay. This is the time for public comment on this ordinance.
Okay, so this is using the raise your hand feature. We do have someone with their hand up, Mick. If you can follow the prompt on your screen and give us your name and address for the record, please.
He may be speaking on a different ordinance.
Yeah.
His hand's been up,
Right.
so we'll find out.
Okay.
No, they relowered their hand.
Okay, okay.
And that is all for raising of the hand.
Okay.
Thank you. Do any of my council colleagues have discussion on this ordinance?
My, may I speak?
Councilman Rutherford, yes.
Yeah, my only, I think we're going too quickly, and that's my only criticism. I think we need more time.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other of my council colleagues have any questions or comments on this ordinance? No. Thank you, Councilman Rutherford, for your comment. There are a lot of external circumstances with respect to the process, and it having to do with the grant monies that were awarded from the state that will help to build out the library at Executive Drive should there be a move. And because the grant requires there to be a showing of having possession, if you will, of the location, there's a need to move on this at this time. I mean, this is a redevelopment plan. There will be later discussions for site plans, and as we all discuss and agree to have a workshop for a pilot pilot discussion that'll come at that time. But I do feel a need to support this because of those extenuating circumstances with respect to the funding that we would lose from the state for the library. It's $3.5 million. It's still $3.5 million. So I do feel a need to support this. Councilwoman Castellino.
I'm sorry, Council President, are you done with your comment? Okay. So, and I appreciate that comment, but I just want to let it be known that I'm very comfortable with moving this. I think there's mechanisms in place. The process, goes back to the planning board, not to reinstate what Mr. Trank or Councilwoman McCartney has stated earlier. But I feel comfortable with this. I don't feel like I'm rushed. I'm comfortable. So I do appreciate your support because of those timelines. But I do feel strong that there is mechanisms in place that the end checks and balances within the system. Thank you.
You're welcome. And also, just lastly, I will share that I had a conversation with the mayor and my council colleagues who were on the dais at that time. I did suggest that the other portion of the library that is not, of 10 Rooney Circle, that is not being used, hopeful to have a discussion for the Board of Ed to be able to take possession of that for their pre-K program, because where they are currently, their rent is quite an expense, and it would be a mutual benefit for us to be able to use that for the Board of Education pre-K program. So I look forward to those discussions as well. So I do, yes, to your point, Councilwoman Castellino, there are mechanisms, there are overarching benefits to the community that I just can't ignore. So thank you. Madam President?
Okay, is there a motion to approve 263221 on second and final reading?
So moved.
So moved. Second, but I have a clarification or a point of clarification, Madam Clerk.
Sure.
So for this particular ordinance, when we moved it to second reading, I said no, but I was looking at the former ordinance, not in my notes, not this ordinance.
Oh, okay.
Is it possible to alter the record and change my vote to yes, please?
Ken Kaiser.
You know, yes, I think you can do that, but it doesn't really matter. You can, you've indicated it was an error and you're now about to vote on the adoption, so.
Understood, but I want the record to be straight.
Okay, so let me just change it here before we move forward. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to do a roll call on final adoption. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
No.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President Matute Brown?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. 2633-21, an ordinance amending Chapter 15 Rent Control, Section 15-3 Rent Leveling Board, subsection 15-3.1 Rent Leveling Board creation, organization of the revised ordinances of West Orange to add a council liaison to the Rent Leveling Board's membership. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
So move.
Second.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
You're on mute.
Yes.
Council President Matute Brown?
Yes.
Okay. This is the time for public hearing for the public.
And there's nobody raising their hand.
Council President, may I?
Yes. Please.
Thank you. I wanted to say thank you for bringing this forward and to, if you do want that position as the council liaison to that. But again, I understand your intent on this resolution to make it more informative to residents. And though they have not met for as long as I have known my appointment on that board, I think that is a bright move in the right direction. So
Thank you, Councilwoman McCartney. Do any of my council colleagues have any? Councilwoman Castellino?
Yeah, so this is a perfect example of us trying to make the ordinances consistent, having a council liaison added to this ordinance. So just
Council
wanted
President?
to make that point.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Council President, one more though. In, let's see, under purpose 15-3.1, the creation and organization. It says D, a vacancy during the term of any member shall be filled for the unexpired portion thereof only. How do we fill that position?
I'm sorry, yes, Mr. Kaiser.
I don't have it in front of me, but that wasn't an element that was changed in his ordinance. That's from the old law, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
This ordinance only changes a section, a specific section of the rent control level board to add the council liaison position. That's all it does. And the code, it was lifted from the code, and the ordinance was lifted from the code, but just that section. So the rent leveling ordinance, the code section is several pages long. And I don't have it in front of me at the moment, so I can't answer your question specifically, but that was not something that was changed.
So
If it needs to be changed going forward, we can do that, but.
Well, Ken, Mr. Kaiser, what it's saying is that a vacancy during the term of any member shall be filled for the unexpired portion. So if it is one of our appointments, then it will be our responsibility to replace, right? As I'm reading that into that.
You know, I hesitate to give you a legal interpretation without having it in front of me and spending some time looking at it. Why is it an issue now?
Because I've never read this ordinance before until it was just brought forward, and I know that the rent leveling board has never met. So now that it is in front of us, I'm seeing that. But I also saw that on another ordinance where a vacancy had to be filled. And what I'm going to presume is that if it's a council appointment, then it will be the council person's responsibility to fill it.
A couple of things. First of all, I agree with, and a bunch of people I think have said it, that we should really go through all of our board and agency code sections and see where we have differences that should be consistent. And I think generally there should be consistency. And perhaps someplace we should actually define the role of a council liaison as opposed to just putting the term out there. But it's going to take a little bit of time to get that done. I have a list. I obtained a list of all of our boards and commissions from the clerk. I have not had the time yet to go through the various code sections to see where there are differences that should be changed and should be the same. I have some pretty strong opinions about some of it, but I don't want to address them now. And some of you may differ with those, but what I want to do is prepare something in writing to all of you, setting forth my thoughts, and then you can consider them. But what you're talking about now is not, that section is not a change from anything that was there before.
Okay.
I also should add, Councilwoman, that as far as I know, the rent leveling ordinance has not been enforced in many, many years. And
That's
you
what
know,
I said.
query whether we have a problem with respect to rent increases. I don't know. I don't know anybody else who knows. It's something that maybe should be considered, reconsidered. There's a whole lot of issues that come up, but we can't address them tonight. So,
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Kaiser and Councilwoman McCartney. It was my hope and intent that because this commission, this board has been, I want to say, dormant for as long as you've mentioned, Councilwoman McCartney, because we do have 33% of our residents that are renters, that we do provide a space for them to understand, you know, as you mentioned before, Councilwoman McCartney, what their resources are. So I'm hopeful that once we appoint a liaison to this board, they can, and we've all appointed someone to the board, that we can schedule them for a meeting and let them figure out how, you know, what needs to be changed and have that discussion amongst themselves as well. Councilwoman Williams.
So I just wanted to speak to this ordinance because it is a tremendous part of my professional life, which is renting as a real estate professional in the state of New Jersey. And what I can certainly tell you is that since COVID in March of 2020, it has been a conversation with homeowners. It has been a conversation with renters. What do I do? So I advocate for us to reorganize this board and make sure it is going to be active and some sort of resource for the residents of West Orange, simply because there are a tremendous amount of people who have not had the capacity to pay their rent. They have been impacted by a loss of employment. And there have been a tremendous amount of homeowners. We have indicated at least 30% of the homes in West Orange are tenant occupied. And so with that being stated, homeowners still have to pay mortgages, and they may not have the reprieve based on COVID mechanisms that tenants have. So right now we have a stay order where you can't evict anyone, but that doesn't mean mortgage companies can't start foreclosure processes. And so to that point, again, this is just one of those instances where we can identify that there needs to be a reevaluation of our boards and commissions but we need to do them all. It's not just the 1 or 2 or 3. We need to look at every board and commission, look at how it functions. And while they may have come to us at different times based on different needs, as this elected body, we have the obligation to our community. We have now identified inconsistencies in our documents. It is our responsibility as elected officials to do our responsibility jobs and fix it. Doesn't matter if it's too much work. Doesn't matter if it's not work we're going to do in front of the public on camera. It is our responsibility and the obligation as elected officials to fix what is broken. And this is one of those things that is broken. And it needs to come very quickly because this is going to be a real problem as soon as people have to come whole with what they haven't had to pay. And as soon as homeowners have the capacity to go right down to Newark in Essex County and file eviction paperwork. We need some type of resolution.
Yeah, absolutely, which is why this has been brought up when I realized that we didn't have any protections for either renters or homeowners. And I understand that the moratorium also protects homeowners from foreclosures depending on who their mortgage holders are. But yeah, absolutely, which is why this is on here, because I identified that there was a need and we certainly did need to address it. So my hope is that once this board meets, they can review what their objectives are and review their ordinance and come together as a board and identify what their needs are so that we can assist them in facilitating those changes. So absolutely agree. And if there's no further discussion, Madam. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Rutherford, I'm sorry.
I think it's also important that we, I echo the sentiment. We do have to get to each of these as quickly as possible. But this one in particular, because of the current climate, we need to be able to make homeowners and especially renters aware of what their protections are. And they do have some under the CARES Act. So I don't know how we get that information out to them or who that advocate is, but I think that needs to be incorporated somehow.
So absolutely, and thank you. My appointee who spoke earlier, Kabira Myers, is an attorney, and this is the area of law that she practices for the city of Newark, and is a tremendous advocate for renters and homeowners. And she has communicated with me, and I think I shared this with you all, that she's tried to organize a meeting of the board. I only asked her to hold off so that the new council colleagues could appoint their appointments, and they can all participate in the conversation on how to move forward in doing those, even if it's an advocacy forum, with the council and Kabira Myers, who, like I said, this is her profession. It's what she does for the city of Newark, and if the board is able to join, that would be great as well. But thank you, Councilman Rutherford, absolutely necessary. Madam Clerk?
Is there a motion to approve 2633-21?
So moved.
Whoa.
Second.
Wait, I didn't get it first. I don't know who said first.
Oh, I did.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President Matute Brown?
Yes.
2634-21, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Administration, Section 2-47, Environmental Commission, subsection 2-47.2M, membership of the revised general ordinances of West Orange to add a council liaison to the commission's membership. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
So move.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President Matute Brown?
Yes.
Okay. This is the time for a public hearing. If anybody wishes to speak.
And no one's raising their hand.
Thank you. Council colleagues, does anyone have a comments or discussion on this ordinance? Councilman Rutherford.
I know that we're updating this. I don't know when the terms expire because the dates that I have on mine, and maybe they're different. Maybe I'm not looking at the latest version, but the dates that I have for the staggered terms are 14,
Yeah.
16.
Oh, in the front, right.
So the amendment to all of these were to add a council liaison, and that is one of the reasons why the discussion was to add a council liaison to these particular boards and commissions that didn't have any, because there is some tightening up, if you will, that needs to be done, and having a liaison to these commissions would help that. So my hope is that whoever is appointed to that can work with the commission and review the ordinance and come together and make some changes. And those changes can be recommended to the council to update. So yes, I saw that as well. But I didn't ask Mr. Kaiser to change them because, again, my hope was that the liaison could take the lead on that. You know, there's, like Councilwoman Castellino likes to say, there is a lot of work to go around, and if we can divide it up, it'd be, more effective that way. So, yeah.
Excuse me, Council President.
I'm sorry, Councilman Rutherford, are you done, or did you have another question?
Just one other quick comment. This is another one of those inconsistencies amongst the various commissions. There is language in here about removing members of the commission, and that's not consistent across all the commissions. So, that's one of the things we're going to need to look at as well.
Right. It's what, Council President, if I can, that also is one of the things that I want to address throughout, because none of the people who are members of these advisory commissions, as far as I'm concerned, would be considered municipal officers. There's no need to have a removal provision. In fact, and there's also the term of office often is coterminous with the appointing either mayor or council member, depending on who's making the appointment. And frankly, that doesn't make a lot of sense. People who are members of advisory commission should serve at the pleasure of the elected official who appointed them. Otherwise, there's no accountability. So all of these things need to be looked at. And again, if we went through our code book, we'd find things that are just left over from years and years and years ago that have never been changed. Towns that do actual recodifications, it takes a lot of time and a lot of money, and I don't know that we need to do that. We're not doing that at the present, but some of these things could be tightened up and the language changed to make them modern, so to speak, bring them up to date, and to make sensible changes. And that's what one of the things I would like to get to and do, but it does take some time. There's a lot of them, and I have a private practice as well, so it's just difficult to get it all done at once.
He said he don't get paid for that.
Council President, so Council President, may I? On this Environmental Commission ordinance, though, I do have a roster, and it does have the dates of the expiration of everyone's term. And I brought this up on first reading too, that 2 members have a 1-year term expiring 2014, 2015, 2016. So I think right here and now, we can just change it to 2021, 2022, and 2023.
But can we do that on second reading though?
Oh.
Right, we're on second reading. You can't do that.
And that's why I wanted, like I said, I think that a liaison can help facilitate those.
Amend it.
No, if we're going to change an ordinance, let's change it right. Let's not yield to a council liaison to fix stuff. Let us fix it. We have the opportunity.
But we can't do it right now because it is a substantive change, so that we'd have to table it.
No, we vote it down. We vote it down or we table it. That's the option that we have.
But the council liaison can have the time to review the ordinance with the members of that commission or that committee itself, and know what other changes may have to be done so that they bring them all to the table at that time. This is only for a council liaison position. This is not putting it off on a council liaison. It's just dividing the work that we all have to do so that we can all bring back recommendations to the council and to Ken on how we move forward in changing them.
And that's completely understood, but we don't have a council liaison for any of for the Human Relations Commission that we're trying to change. So again, it just goes back to our efforts to be consistent about how we are going to restructure our boards and commissions.
So to your point, since that ordinance was tabled, we can go back and add a council liaison to that one for first reading or second reading. However, Ken advises.
If we're trying to be consistent.
Good catch, yes.
I'm sorry? I didn't hear you. Say again?
No, I said, why didn't we do that in the beginning if we're trying to be consistent?
It was simply an oversight.
Yeah.
It was simply an oversight. There were many.
So at this point, we don't have time for oversight. We're fixing what is broken.
I'm sorry. At this point, I'm just going to take a pause.
Council President?
Yes.
I just want to point out that the Human Relations Commission, that ordinance did add a council liaison position. So it was one of the changes made to it, so.
Thank you. All right, let's move on. This is a matter of adding a council liaison to the Environmental Commission. I think it helps the council liaison get to know what the responsibilities are for that board and that commission so that they can have more accountability for the work that they do for our residents and our township. So I'm going to move for a motion to adopt this ordinance on second reading for a council liaison.
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
You're on mute, Councilwoman.
Yes.
Council President Matute Brown.
Yes.
Ordinance 2635-21, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 20, Streets and Sidewalks, and subsections 20-1 of the revised general ordinances of West Orange. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
So move.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown. I'm sorry.
You're going.
I'm getting confused.
I know you're looking at.
I'm so
Wait.
sorry. I'm like getting crazy here.
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Matute Brown.
Yes.
So sorry about that.
No need. I know you're looking at probably
Oh, Lord have mercy.
a different list.
Yeah.
Is there anyone who wants to have a public comment on this ordinance?
This is streets and sidewalks.
And we have no one raising their hand.
Any of my council, thank you, Lauren. Any of my council colleagues have a comment or a question on this ordinance?
Good.
Okay, council, Madam President, Madam Clerk.
And this is why we have a time limit.
Right. Is there a motion to approve on second and final reading 2635-21?
So move.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Matute Brown.
Yes.
2636-21, an ordinance creating a reclassification and salary schedule of certain Township of West Orange employees, setting forth their titles, classification, and salary ranges, and adopting a salary guide and establishing the employee's status as a township employee and under the guidelines of the New Jersey Department of Personnel. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
So move.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Matute Brown.
Yes.
Okay, this is the time for a public hearing. If anyone wishes to speak.
We have no one raising their hand.
Thank you. Do any of my council colleagues have any questions or comments on this ordinance?
No. Housekeeping.
No? Okay. Madam Clerk?
Is there a
Absolutely.
motion to approve 2636-21 on second and final reading?
So move.
So, second,
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney,
yes,
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Matute Brown.
Yes.
Okay. Ordinances on first reading, 2637-21, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 3, Rules of Council of the revised ordinances of West Orange to comport with current practice and increase efficiency and effectiveness of council meetings. Is there a motion to introduce on first reading?
So move.
Second.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney,
yes,
Councilman Rutherford,
No.
Councilwoman Williams,
No.
Council President Matute Brown.
Yes. While I know that we typically don't have discussion on first reading, I would like to have some discussion on first reading. Councilwoman Castellino, I did see your hand up.
Thank you, Council President. Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to amend, well, I guess we would amend it. I guess we would amend it now. The paragraph on page 4 for public comment. This says all public comment shall be completed with 1 hour, 60 minutes in order to allow the council to complete its business meeting agenda. I'd like to remove that from
Second.
the ordinance. Yeah, I don't want to put a limit on how long. Like I said earlier, usually, the public speaks an hour, maybe sometimes a longer depending on the agenda. And, we deliberate. So I really don't want to limit that. But thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman, I'm going to do a roll call vote on the amendment. Councilwoman Castellino?
On the 1 hour, yes.
Yes. Councilwoman McCartney?
yes on the amendment,
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President Matute Brown.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilwoman Castellino, was that all of the comments?
Yeah, like I said earlier, I am comfortable with the 3 minutes. Our West Orange School Board allows 3 minutes. I served there for many years. I've served here. This is 15 years being elected official. I'm comfortable with 3 minutes. And more importantly, because on ordinances, residents get 5 minutes. And tonight we just rattled off how many ordinances and, and we didn't even have public comment to utilize that. Folks could have talked a second time tonight and they did not choose to do so. So if you really have something that you have an issue with on a night like tonight, you could get a 8 minutes in public comment and on the ordinance. So I'm okay. I think we're all responsive enough. I think that's one thing we all have in common is our dedication to our positions and the time we give to the public, not only at the meeting, but during the rest of the week. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Castellino. Councilwoman McCartney?
yes, thank you. I think that what I had suggested before about having the 3 minutes to 5 minutes, I'm glad that that's still in here. I guess that's at the discretion of the council president. We'll put pressure on you if you say no to resident, but I'm okay having that in there. That's limited by 3, but of course they can extend it to 5.
Thank you. Do any of my other council colleagues, Councilwoman Williams, is your hand up?
I will just continue with Councilwoman McCartney's comments. Not only can it be extended to 5 at the pleasure of the council president, but with the pleasure of 2/3 vote of the council, then it can be extended even further. And so with that, there are mechanisms to protect the public. And as your elected officials, again, I just remind you, we're not trying to silence the public. We're just trying to structure everything, as including our meetings, such that they are efficient and effective. And when you know that you have 3 minutes to get your point across, You come to the table prepared to speak your piece, to speak whatever comments that you may have in purport or opposition to whatever is on the agenda within that 3-minute timetable. And so to that point, I continue to urge the public to not see this as a mechanism to silence the public, but to see this as a mechanism to be more efficient, more effective, and more concise. And again, to your argument, as you have indicated, we serve at the pleasure of the community. So if you have a council president who is not willing to respect the time that residents want to speak, then that's your cue to elect her out or him. And so with that, I just continue to support that we are trying to do our best to be efficient, to not be lengthy in our own conversation, and we will respect that position just as much as we've respected and asked you to do so as well. Thank you.
Councilman Rutherford, did your hand go up?
Yes. So I think we need to look at how we can limit our own interaction or excessive talking as well. So one of the things I think we could do is require council liaison reports to be submitted in writing, and let you read, or whoever the council president is, read it. It will eliminate a lot of the, on the fly kind of stuff, and force us to be more diligent in how we present these reports. And if there's really nothing, if there's nothing to report on, then nothing. And if it's not submitted in writing by whatever the timeline is, then nothing is said on behalf of that council person with regard to their liaison reports. I have one other thing, if I may, but I don't know if you want to kind of discuss that one first.
I would like to discuss that one.
So do I, because I just want
to. I'm sorry. Let me.
I expected. Finish. Why I paused.
Yes, thank you. I think that I'm going to ask Councilman Rutherford to pause on that for a second so that we can have that discussion. And Councilwoman Castellino, I saw your hand up.
Okay, thank you, Council President. So I'm protective of that. I understand we're talking about how to manage our time better, and I think we could all do that by being prepared at the meeting. And when I spoke earlier, rattling off my council report, I'm sorry. I mean, part of this job, we have to put the time in. Part of this job is giving great information about what we're all doing here. And I door knocked all summer. I got a lot of feedback back from the public, and they're appreciative of the information. Truthfully, most of our time is spent debating with each other on certain issues, and that's okay too. The public likes to watch that as well. So, there's many parts of this job. It's a lot of balls we balance and juggle rather. And now, I'm sorry, when it comes to the liaison report, I want to share with the public. I work hard, I spend time, I spend hours away from my family if I want to share something on the good work that we're doing in these committees. And you'll see that too, Councilman, when you have that opportunity. I think we should be able to do that in a timely manner. Be mindful of our time. Thank you.
I don't think submitting the report in writing limits our ability to communicate what we're doing in the various committees we're on. I do think it forces us to be brief and deliberate, and it also removes any of the ad lib that comes on the fly. I understand your protectiveness, Councilwoman Castellino. I think we should be sensitive to the fact that public commenters are trying to be protective over their ability to speak as well.
Councilman Rutherford, can I if you hold on to your second point and a bit longer, Councilwoman Williams had her hand up.
Yeah, and so to your point, when you say that we submit a document in writing, at what point are we going to have a cutoff to have something submitted? I just had a meeting with the Senior Citizen Board last night. So are you suggesting that because I had a meeting last night and we're having a meeting today, that because I didn't have an opportunity to prepare something in writing, that I should not report to our constituents what I was engaged in? I just don't think that's appropriate. I think what is more responsible for us as council members is to monitor and manage our responses. And so what we have to be mindful of is that we are here to do the business of West Orange. We are not here to pontificate. We are not here to give long-winded explanations on what we think is appropriate. We represent constituents. Constituents have an opportunity to speak directly to us by several different mechanisms. And then we have the responsibility as elected officials to communicate that information to the broader public. So we have to, within reason, and I'm not asking that we be censored, because there are times when, you know, there are sentiments, passions that each of us intimately support. And so we are the elected officials. What we're trying to do is economize the meetings such that they are not 5-6 hour meetings. If it means that we need to have work sessions so that we can condense that actual meeting time when the decisions are being made, then clearly I support that. But what we need to do is find a way to be efficient and effective within a 3± hour time frame. What meetings do you know of where they meet consistently every 2 weeks, where it's a 5-hour meeting? And if we look at our town council meeting length, they have exceeded 4 to 5 hours. And yes, we have a lot of business, but we also have a lot of extra commentary, even from the elected officials, that we need to be recognizing is excessive. So what we're trying to do is be more efficient, more effective, and more economical in the time that we ask. In the time that we ask residents to participate, and in us participating. We're not saying to silence the public. We're just asking that within this meeting time frame, that it is limited to X amount of time. That's it.
So to your point about having a meeting last night, we have another meeting in a council meeting in 2 weeks. You could present your report in writing for that meeting. It's 2 weeks later. And to the point about how, you know, we're not trying to silence we're not trying to silence the public, but we don't want to censor ourselves. We work for these people. We work for the residents of West Orange. So if we're going to limit, wait, well, let me finish.
Please don't interrupt each other when you're speaking, please. Thank you.
If we're going to limit their ability to communicate in the actual meeting where the business is being done in front of their fellow residents, where they can express themselves so that everyone can hear, if we're going to limit that, then we should, in the effort, and all of this is being done to limit the amount of time that we have in these meetings, council meetings. So if that's the way we're going to do it on that side of the equation, then we should do some censoring of ourselves. We can't expect the public to bear the brunt of it. When these 5-hour meetings, they're speaking an hour. We're doing the 4 hours. I mean, we have plenty of time to get our points across. So I just don't think we should be looking to balance the budget of balance the time in the meeting on the backs of residents alone. If we're going to limit them, and I don't think we should limit them at all, but if that is going to happen, we should be willing to limit ourselves too. We have the same opportunity to call them or respond to them via email or to whatever voicemails they leave or text messages. We have the same opportunity to reach out outside of council meetings to them as they do to us.
Mm-hmm. And so to that,
so to your point,
well, if I can respond.
Yes, Councilwoman Williams and then Councilwoman McCartney.
Thank you.
You're
So
welcome.
to that point, let's just be mindful that our boards and commissions only meet monthly, right? We meet bi-weekly. So if they're only meeting monthly and there's something that is not going to be presented, then we may not have an opportunity to bring it to the table before.
We meet every 2 weeks.
Councilman, let her finish, please, her thought. Councilwoman.
Yeah, so it may be something that is imminent that we need to bring to the attention of the public before their next meeting. So that's all I'm pointing out.
Thank you, Councilwoman Williams. Councilwoman McCartney.
So thank you, Council President. So I am and have been actively involved in many commissions for many years. And I disagree. So I disagree with writing something up. I have notes here. When we talked about being more efficient with our time, what I have been saying, rather than give all the details recently, is just giving the website and letting people go to the website and see if it's the Arts Council or whatever it is. I think we just spent, I don't know how much time on adding a council liaison to how many commissions this evening. So it becomes our responsibility. I would want to be the one that reports on my responsibility, not relegate that to have to type it up or write it up. These are my notes. I can show you scribbled all over a paper for me to write that up. It may take longer for the council president to read what I write than just passing my notes. If I'm the council liaison on any of these boards, it will be my responsibility to provide the report.
Thank you. So I thank you, Councilwoman McCartney, and to my council colleagues for your thoughtful expressions with respect to our contribution in the duration of time. Clearly, we have to spend the time that we have discussing resolutions and ordinances and having robust discussions is healthy for us and for the decisions that we make. Absolutely support that. I understand Councilman Rutherford's position with respect to the council also giving back some time if we're asking the public to give back some time. I did in all transparency here, did have that question with respect to how much time we spend giving council liaisons reports. One of the suggestions that I would have and would ask that you consider is that because we do have so many people who volunteer on these commissions and boards, it may also be an option to save some time on our end to have those representatives, and not just the chair, but representatives that are active in these organizations come to public comment and, give us a status on what they're working on. I think that certainly shows a lot of ownership in the commitment that they've already given, and then they have their time to share what they're doing in public comment. It certainly brings more people, more engagement to the council meetings. That's something I think I would consider, as opposed to, obviously there's gonna be times where no one is available from either of these commissions or boards, and then that responsibility would lay on our shoulders to give a report on. Speaking personally, that not all of the boards and commissions that I sit on are that as a liaison have met with frequency. Also, the minutes of the meetings aren't typically sent to Madam Clerk, which we all have to start reminding our boards and commissions to do so that they can be posted somewhere. Also helps people keep up with what is happening. I do understand, Councilwoman Castellino, that connection to the public in that regard to the work that we're doing, but I don't mind sharing that work with some of the the members of those commissions so that they can present during public comment is also an option. That'll help us keep our conference agenda to 30 minutes, because you're right, sometimes we are long-winded. and repetitive. So that's my consideration, to find a happy medium somewhere. I agree with you, Councilwoman Williams. It's not about silencing the public. It's about finding a balance, and we've had countless discussions. I've had countless discussions with our attorney. I've had discussions with some of you in this regard, and just looking for us. And I certainly am grateful that you're all willing to add yet another meeting to your already busy schedule. I know that's a lot to ask. I certainly appreciate that. And I know that's already a give back, but if there is a willingness, or if there is, an appetite to give back a little bit more, perhaps asking, on any given Tuesday, one of our board and commission members to pop on for public comment and share what's happening. That might be an alternative to just not having them at all. Yes, Councilwoman Castellino.
So again, I've been doing this a long time, and even on the school board side. And what's really been hard is because we're on Zoom and you don't know who's in the audience. So I don't know, maybe at beginning of public comment, the Madam Moderator could see how many people would like to speak in the beginning, or she could see the number of hands and maybe communicate through the chat or to you. Because if you only know it's a couple people that are out there on a typical evening, the 5 minutes is not a big deal. It's when you have a numerous amount of speakers and you want to try to keep it to 3. And again, it's at your luxury, Madam President, if you want, somebody's going to run over. So again, I see the time in us deliberating here, where sometimes we could just say, well, when Councilman first brought this up, we could have just did a quick vote and not have all the deliberation around it, would shorten a meeting too. So there's various ways to do that. But I will not be supporting an amendment to cut out our council liaison discussions. I think that's our something we contribute that we can condense, and I promise to always keep mine short.
And to your point, Councilwoman Castellino and Councilwoman McCartney, I have noticed a much condenser report from you both, so I certainly appreciate.
Absolutely.
Council President, may I say at the bottom of our screen, I know in January, our first meeting, we had 84 people as participants. Last meeting, I don't remember what it was last meeting, but you can see yourself, we started with 55 participants and now we're at 37. So people have dropped off, but there are still 37 people. Well, let's see.
Just a note, that's with you guys in there. It's 26 attendees.
Right. Okay. So I didn't separate it out, but I did before, and there were 54 people. So we can see for ourselves how many people are out there.
Thank you. Councilwoman.
I still can't anticipate what they're going to say.
No, but to that point, if I may, we do have our Madam Moderator who asks in the beginning of public comment on each occasion, if there is someone who wants to make public comment, please raise your hand. Do not wait. Go ahead and set yourselves up in the queue. And then she calls on everyone. So typically, again, these meetings have been Zoomed since March of 2020. And while the public can't necessarily see how many participants are on the meeting, we have never silenced anyone. I have typically spoken often at meetings as the HRC chairwoman. I've never not had an opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Kaiser, I saw your hand up.
Yeah. I just, while you guys have been talking, I've made the change to the public comment language, and I'm going to read it to all of you, and I can email it to everybody tonight, and I can email it to Karen. Karen, if you can plug it into what you've got, I think, then advertise it. Public comment. Each member of the public wishing to speak shall do so through the council president after stating their name and address for the record, and shall be limited to 3 minutes. The council president, as presiding officer, shall have the discretion to permit up to an additional minute for an individual, but any further extension of time shall require a motion and vote of 2/3 of those council members present. Each council member, including the council president, may respond to public comment. So That's the way it reads now. And it's really, it's a substantive change, but because council rules can be adopted by resolution, you don't really have to adopt them by ordinance. We do it, but we've done it by ordinance because that's the way it's always been done in West Orange for whatever reason. So I'm not overly concerned about that, but Karen, you're going to advertise this?
Usually on second reading, I do not advertise in full. I just, if an ordinance has been amended, I'll put in the little blurb that as amended.
Okay, so just do that then.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to prolong this meeting, Council President. Question for Mr. Kaiser. So wait, so what you're saying, so after 3 minutes, then if somebody's just rambling over, we have to vote? I mean, that's gonna really prolong the meeting. Why don't we just let the Council President just, give them a few extra seconds, and when it gets to, I mean, that's.
Well, I said the Council President as presiding officer shall have the discretion to permit up to an additional minute for an individual, but any further extension of time shall require a motion and vote of 2/3 of those council members present.
So did you take out?
As a practical matter, if you don't do that, you basically give the public the ability to filibuster a council meeting.
Yeah, I guess. All right, I just think we're thinking way too hard about this and just.
Council President?
Yes, Councilwoman
I
Williams.
just want to suggest to my council colleagues that any person who has the opportunity to serve as council president understands that they have a limited capacity. They are in the spotlight. If they choose to silence the public as it has been characterized, they will have to deal with the consequences at their next election. So, and that refers to any of us. I mean, that's what clearly has been articulated in the, statements as far as how this reduction is being viewed. So with that, I just submit that the 3-minute time rule is not only consistent with most other municipalities, it's also consistent with our other elected board in West Orange. And at the pleasure of the council president, that time can be extended for another minute. And with the pleasure of the council, it can further be extended. So we're not creating an opportunity where the public doesn't have a voice. We're just, again, trying to create an entity that is efficient and effective.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman Williams. I think, Madam Clerk, you're going to advertise it as amended.
Yes.
And Councilman Rutherford, I see your hands.
Yes, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I do need to say, waiting for an election to hold someone accountable when we are dealing with matters that cannot necessarily wait for 2 or 3 or 4 years to be addressed is not acceptable to the public. And I'm speaking on their behalf because I'm sure most residents don't want to wait 2 years or 3 years or 4 years to hold someone accountable for not allowing them the opportunity to fully express themselves on a matter that is important to them. Just as these matters have been important to us, we want to protect certain parts of our own speech. As a matter of fact, we've protected all of our own speech and not protected any of the public speech. We've not given back a single thing to the public. They're still going to be cut off at 3 minutes at the pleasure of the council president with no recourse. So to me, it's just not fair. Second point I want to make is I don't understand if this is being done by an ordinance and we're going to make a change that which we've already voted on to remove this language of 1 hour. That's substantive, right? So doesn't that trigger? Don't we have to start over? Don't we have to do something because we've now made a substantive change so that the public is aware of what that change is? Is that not right? I mean, help me if I'm wrong.
Not on first reading.
because they're your internal rules, I don't think that that's necessary. As I've indicated, the Faulkner Act permits the council to adopt rules by resolution. So with the public having nothing to do with it, no say in it. So under those circumstances, I think it's not really a sufficiently material change to make a difference. That's the reason that's my logic. So.
Okay, and to your point, Councilman Rutherford, with respect to not giving back, I think the council just voted to remove the hour time limit so that we can give people the opportunity to continue to speak as long as they have. And while I am not as new as you or Councilwoman Williams, I am still this is my first term, and in my first term, in these last 3 years, I've never seen the council not extend the time, even beyond 5 minutes when it's been necessary. I've never heard the council cut anyone off. You know, we've had sessions when it came to Rock Spring, despite having special meetings where there were Q&As on several occasions. When it came time to having the council meeting and the Rock Spring item was on our agenda, that public comment period went on for over 3 hours and no one was cut off. It's not the time, it's not that we're silencing the public and that we're not giving back. I have to reiterate the fact that we just scheduled a workshop on a controversial matter where public will have another opportunity to speak in advance of us making decisions so that we can take what the administration has given us, our robust discussions, the perception and information from the public, and we have an opportunity to digest that in advance of the next scheduled council meeting, where they again will have another opportunity to address the matter at hand. And so to say that the council has not given back one single thing, we certainly are giving another opportunity for those matters that are controversial. And I'm saying specifically matters that are controversial because people are not coming to the town council to discuss any of the ordinances that we just passed, and there were 5. So the matters of controversy include redevelopment, obviously, you know, the library, those things. We look forward to having additional sessions for additional public participation. So to say that we're not giving back, we all agree to do that.
I may have misspoken, Council President,
Oh,
in that regard. But if this 1 hour time limit wasn't introduced last council meeting when we first discussed it. So the fact that we're taking something out that wasn't in there in the first place really isn't giving back. Now we are adding on an additional meeting, and I'm grateful for that. I think that's the right thing to do. But I just think we're approaching this in a very heavy-handed way with regard to the public, especially if we don't silence them now. If we're not going to, if we don't cut people off now, then why are we putting it in a rule? If we don't do it, if we don't stop people from speaking, airing their grievance, or giving their support, or offering their insight on an issue, then why are we putting it in a rule?
Because we are in an environment today, we all are in an environment today where every single one of us, whether we are working from home or working and teaching our students from home in front of a computer screen for hours on end, it's just a matter of trying to be conscious of the current environment that we're in to save us some time. And so to do that, the trade-off is to give the public a different forum to participate in. Councilwoman, and just to your the point about it wasn't in there last week was just a discussion. Our legal department will not, and neither should they, because it would be a waste of taxpayer resources. If any one of us asks our legal department for work that is not supported by the majority of the council, then we're paying them for absolutely nothing. You know, those are billable hours. So last week's conversation was my way to gauge whether or not we could ask legal to research and put something together, which is what was done and what was presented to us. But I agree with, and I'm going to have to defer to our attorney on this. Councilwoman Castellino, I saw your hand up.
Now, we could, and all great points, and all, we're concerned about the public, and, but again, I haven't run a meeting or see my colleagues run a meeting where someone really needed something to say or can articulate that we didn't let them have a little bit more time. And again, we just all have to be mindful. And just watching the clock now, we've been discussing this for 45 minutes, so I'm going to recommend that we move on, unless there's another point that needs to be made.
Council President, I just sent the email with the changed language, both as an attachment and in the body of the email to all of you and to the clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Yeah, Council President, earlier tonight on the consent agenda, Resolution 3221 was passed. It's a resolution of the Township authorizing application for a Historic Preservation Fund certified local government grant in aid for the fiscal year 2021 and acceptance of same in the event that the grant is awarded. We had two gentlemen on the phone, Peter Wash and Marty Feitlowitz. Marty is no longer on the call, but I wondered if Mr. Wash wanted to speak to that.
Is Mr. Wash, I see his hand just.
He raised his hand, yep.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second, please.
I'm sorry that we lost Marty.
Mr. Wash, you can just follow the prompt on your screen.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, Mr. Wash, can you please state your name and address for the record, please?
Sure, Peter Wosh, W-O-S-H, and I'm at 61 Rock Spring Avenue. And I'm a member of the Historic Preservation Commission. And basically what it is we've had a number of grants in the past to do what are called neighborhood historic resource surveys. And basically what they are is we typically hire a consulting firm and they go out and they'll do like kind of a house by house survey of historical properties in West Orange. And we kind of use this on the commission as a planning tool because one of our responsibilities is to designate individual properties as historic properties, which then gives the township some leverage as far as protecting their external character so people can't make wild renovations and things that we've actually designated as historical properties. A number of these surveys have been done on Main Street, the St. Cloud neighborhood, what's called the Upper Gregory neighborhood, the Lower Gregory neighborhood. And this survey would actually fill in the rest of the gaps in the town and would give us a pretty complete overview of sort of historical properties. The state basically provides these grants. It's part of the National Park Service budget, and they essentially are required to kick a fair amount of money back to individual states for these local sorts of projects. So there's no cost to the township. Basically, the state provides the money, the Department of Environmental Protection. What we typically, as I said, do is contract with a historic preservation firm to actually do the actual survey. That's put out to bid. We've done, as I said, we've done 4 of these in the past, and this would just be another kind of in the series that we've been trying to do. They're pretty competitive grants. They, I believe, I'm trying to remember, I think this one's about $50,000 or something like that. And, you know, it's, the other ones are up on our website, so you can kind of take a look at the PDFs and kind of see the character of the surveys. And that's about all really to say about it, I think, unless you have any questions about it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Loesch, for staying on as long as you have and for sharing that information with us and for all of the work you and the commissioners do to ensure that you are preserving the historic value of West Orange and also saving our residents and municipality tax dollars by seeking these grants. I know that that was a tremendous feat for you all to undertake, but very grateful that you were able to accomplish that. Thank you so very
Thank
much.
you.
If any of my council colleagues have any questions or comments,
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wash.
Thanks a lot.
thank you very much.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck with the application now.
Yeah,
Mhm.
well, it's a very
Yeah.
tight time frame, actually. They,
Yes.
I think we only learned about the grant about 3 weeks ago or something, so we really had to scramble to put the whole thing
Wow,
together.
nice job.
It
And
worked
the
out.
council's been really
Mhm.
supportive, actually, about getting signatures and kind of rushing the thing through to make sure it gets done on time, because I think it actually has to be filed, well, by the end of this week.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's due the 15th.
Yeah.
Thanks
Yep.
again. Okay. I think that's, we've come to the end of our agenda, Madam Clerk.
Well, we do, I know that we moved new business to the conference agenda, but under that, we have rent leveling board consensus appointment of the council. I don't know if you wanted to discuss that or postpone it.
Yeah, we're going to postpone that. I know Councilwoman Castellino had someone in mind that she should share with us to have a discussion about, and then we can list it. We can offline individually, I guess, with Councilwoman Castellino, or if any of my council colleagues have anybody that they want to or think would be a good fit also for the consensus appointment for the.
We get two, right? We get two.
Two.
Yeah, I could call everybody tomorrow.
Okay. Perfect.
Thank you. Good.
Thank you.
Will this be postponed to the 23rd of February?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The meeting is adjourned.
I just want to extend my gratitude to all of my council colleagues for our robust discussions tonight. It's greatly appreciated. I think that we all grow from all of these discussions. And to our administration, thank you for your very long day today. And to our residents, thank you for your participation and for hanging out as long as you did. We'll see you hopefully before the next meeting. Have a
Hey, thank you. This is to inform everyone that when I end the meeting, it will end for both on and off screen and no other business will be
Stay safe,
conducted.
all. Good
Have a great
night.
night,
Good night,
everybody.
everybody.
Good night.
Good night.